It's better in the sun because sand indoors is just a mess. With new Coppertone Complete's multi-benefit sunscreen, Discover it's great outdoors.
We, the people of the United States.
We've moved so far away from the Constitution that in many ways we don't even recognize it.
Send money stress-free, simplifying how Africans living abroad bank and move their money. We are committed to transforming the world, one transaction at a time. With WirePay, it is safe. Visit www.wirepay.com for more information.
Kenyan producers in industry, we've seen an expansion of our, especially in our export processing zones, we've seen a lot of new investment. Our small and medium enterprises, they have also grown a lot, both with the support in financing, say from KIE, and support from Kiridi. We've seen an expansion and a growth in enterprise, and we're very excited about that.
Would you say that President Kenyatta has kept the promise to spur economic growth and industrialization in this country in line with the Big Four agenda? Just briefly and finally.
Actually, that is true. When you look at our own, economic growth and our GDP has literally doubled during President Kenyatta's time. Industrial output has also increased significantly. Of course, we've seen greater increase in services and other sectors, the fastest growing sectors. But by and large, I don't think there is a Kenyan who is worse off today than 10 years ago.
Asante sana. Happy Madaraka Day.
Happy Madaraka Day.
CS Betty Minor there from MOITED, that is the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, speaking about the achievements of her docket. She says the expansion of markets for Kenyan products is one of the greatest achievements there. Securing markets in Britain after Brexit, that is also another achievement that she's mentioned. The expansion of export processing zones, that's also one of the achievements that she mentions from her trade docket. And industrialization output, she says, has increased. According to her, President Uhuru Kenyatta has kept the promise of stabilizing the nation. Let's listen in to what's going on at State House before we cross over to the Uhuru Gardens as well.
Briefly, how has it been serving in the administration of President Uhuru Kenyatta?
It's been an exciting, life-changing and inspiring experience. It's been a delight to serve under the leadership of His Excellency President Kenyatta. I've enjoyed working with my colleagues, and I think we have done our level best to serve this country with open hearts and dedication.
Having served in 3 ministries, what would you say is the biggest achievement in your current ministry, Foreign Affairs?
I think our biggest achievement in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was to win a non-permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council. We had to work very hard for it, and I think the work that we are doing at the United Nations Security Council in furtherance of international peace and security is groundbreaking, and I'm extremely proud of our team in New York, and indeed I'm proud of the whole fraternity of ambassadors who serve this country with passion.
And finally, as one of the women in President Kenyatta's cabinet, what would you say has been his drive in including women in leadership positions, and has he kept his promise in including women in leadership?
Well, President Kenyatta placed the women in his cabinet in positions of responsibility. He gave us very heavy dockets and trusted us to deliver. He inspires us every day to reach higher. to break boundaries, to live fearlessly, and to serve our country proudly as women of dedication and women of promise. So it has been a delight to serve under him.
Asante sana. Happy Madaraka Day.
CS Rachel Omamo there, Foreign Affairs, currently formerly Defense, speaking about her times in the office. She says it's the win of the non-permanent seat at the UN Security Council that is the greatest highlight for her, and the furtherance of international peace and security that the teams in different places are using. So far we've seen CS ICT Musheru, CS Monica Juma Energy, CS Wamalo formerly Devolution and now Defense, CS Betty Maina Moited, and also CS Rachel Omamo speaking at State House right now. We are live in both State House and the Uhuru Gardens. Let's listen in to the entertainment that is at State House, and that is now CS Peter Munya for Agriculture speaking right now. Let's listen.
We look back with confidence for the great work we have done. I've been able to serve in agriculture, I've been able to serve in trade and industry, and I've been also able to serve in East African community. And in the three ministries, we have made big impact in terms of changing the lives of farmers in the country, in terms of helping expand trade and deal with bottlenecks that have been making it difficult for us to trade with our region and the world. And the biggest challenge, memorable challenge, which we were very happy to deal with in agriculture was the locusts that invaded Kenya for the first time, and we were able to set a precedent of sorting the problem. The other agencies following and learning from us.
Agriculture is among President Kenyatta's big four agenda in terms of food security. What would you say has been the major achievement besides the locust invasion and the issues of parasites?
Well, we've been driving reforms, especially for key value chains like tea and coffee, that have been very successful, that have increased earnings for farmers. For the first time this year, tea farmers are going to earn an increase of over 10 billion on top of what they earned last year. And we've been able to pay the monthly payments, increase monthly payments. So overall, serious improvement on a sector that was struggling, and farmers were actually uprooting tea. We have also changed the coffee sector. A lot of factories are now paying over 100 shillings per kilo. I would say those are major achievements. We've also revived pyrethrum that was actually dead. And the factory in Nakuru is now running. Farmers are back in growing pyrethrum, which used to be one of the biggest value chains in this country. And we are set to return to where it used to be in the 70s. So what I would say, the president has led a team that has really changed, brought more hope, brought increased income to farmers. Despite the challenges of droughts that have been there, we have seen most of the sectors growing. The textile sector has remained increased earnings. Even when the productivity is low because of the drought, we've seen earnings in the horticulture sector growing.
Asante sana and happy Madaraka Day.
Wakenya hatuna budi kusema ukweli, ijapo unachoma utatuweka huru, taifa letu la Kenya limesonga mbele.
Just a few moments there, CS for Agriculture Peter Munya. But now what we're seeing is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable JB Muturi, Justin Muturi, getting into the Uhuru Gardens right now. This is how the itinerary looks like. So around right now, which is 10 a.m., there's supposed to be the arrival of service commanders. I'm sure you've seen some of them there dressed in their military regalia. But let's cross over to State House again. Now CS Amina Mohammed is currently speaking. Let's listen to her before we cross over back to Uhuru Gardens.
Serving in the administration of President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Extremely rewarding, extremely rewarding. I think that it's probably the best, it's been the best delivery time for me from 2013 when I was the Minister for Foreign Affairs, where I was given all the support, all the facilitation that I needed to be able to put policies in place. to be able to guide the ministry from where it was at to where I left it. And then I went to the Ministry of Education, and there too I had the support, the free hand, the guidance, the direction to do what was really required, which was put in place the policy for the CBC and start drafting the legal instruments for it, but also come up with a training program for teachers. So extremely rewarding. I don't think that I could have had a better leader. I could have had better direction. I could have had better support, better facilitation, and overall, just a very representative, unifying figure as president of the country. So extremely delighted to have served. Very grateful, very humbled, and I'm really grateful to His Excellency and grateful to the Almighty God for having given me this opportunity.
Very briefly, in summary, what are the achievements in the current ministry you are now, Ministry of Sports? The biggest that you would say we have really achieved?
Well, I think carrying out the president's directives, including what was in the manifesto, the WRC bringing it back to the country, building the stadia across the country that we've been able to build, ensuring that our athletes, our best ambassadors, our best representatives outside the country are well catered for, putting them at the center of everything that we do, making sure that we don't have athletes sleeping at the airports, having athletes blocking the streets of Nairobi because they've not been facilitated or they haven't been supported. Basically ensuring that the sports fund that His Excellency the President set up was used for the intentions that it was established for. Put the athlete at the center of everything, at the core of everything that we did. You saw what happened with the Olympics. Best African country, 19th overall. The next African country was like miles behind us. Just recently, the Deaf Olympics. We are preparing for the Commonwealth. We are preparing for the World Athletics. Here at home, we've hosted more events, sports events than we've ever hosted, I think, in the history of our country. Beginning with the World Under 20 to the continental tour that we brought to the country, the only African country that has a continental tour. And I think for me the highlight was the marathon on the expressway that His Excellency the President has built for our country. One of the biggest legacies. And last night was totally amazing. It was just phenomenal that we were able to see our heritage site turned into a world-renowned site that everybody, I think, across the world would want to come and visit, achieving the vision that, again, His Excellency had for our country. So all in all, I think a very satisfying period for me. The last 2.5 years have just been, out of this world. Couldn't have asked for anything better.
Asante sana. Happy Madaraka Day.
CS Amina Mohamed there speaking about her achievements on the current docket as a cabinet minister. Also, we've seen earlier on the arrival of NMS boss Major General Mohamed Badi at the Uhuru Gardens. We've also seen the arrival of the Chief of Defence Forces, that is Robert Kibochi there coming through. Also, the service commanders keep trickling in as the dignitaries also come through to Uhuru Gardens in anticipation of the 59th Madaraka Day, which started quite early in the morning. More than 30,000 people expected there, and the different CSs who are right now at State House are supposed to be heading there at about 10:30. At 10:30, they should have arrived at the Uhuru Gardens as well. Most of them just recapping their times in cabinet minister. That is Honorable Martha Karua coming through to the Uhuru Gardens. That is the deputy president designate for Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance team. That is Honorable Martha Karua coming in at the Uhuru Gardens there. Most of the dignitaries expected to come in anytime from now as the state continues. The guard of honor will be mounted at 40 minutes past 10. You can see the service commanders there already lined up and ready for their show of might. The Deputy President, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is expected there about 45 minutes past 10. Let's cross over back to State House where
it's been a fantastic experience. First of all, I thank the Lord for the opportunity to serve my country, and I thank His Excellency the President for the trust he bestowed and the opportunity he gave me to serve as its minister. The last 10 years have been very exciting, working in the public service and serving the country. Very challenging, and we come to the end of this term much more knowledgeable of the country, and we understand our nation better than we did when we came in. By dint of the fact that we have been interacting with our people on a day-to-day basis and looking at things that affect the lives of our people. Yeah.
What would you say is the biggest achievement in your current docket? You've served in education. In the current docket, that is security. What would you say you are proud of?
Strengthening the security of our country and ensuring that we create a level of confidence in our people. The threat of terrorism still exists, but a lot has been done to reform the security sector to a point where we have enhanced capabilities and we are ready for any security challenges. For me, that is one of the best things that have happened. There are many things I would say. I mean, the way we have created the digital data sets, the registration of persons that has improved, the issuance of passports that has improved from 5 or 6 days it used to be in the past, 1 day today, creating about 13 different new sites of issuing passports outside Kenya and in Kenya. We have immigration officers from New York, Washington DC to Dubai to Doha to Pretoria in South Africa, so that the Kenyans, wherever they are in the globe, can be served by their government effectively. Is a great thing. We have done many things to ensure that Kenyans get the services that they need. And for me, I'm really proud when I meet Kenyan parents who tell me they don't have a problem getting birth certificates, they don't have to wait even for a day or two. I mean, Kenyans who tell me they are shocked that they can walk to Nyayo House and get a passport in a day. And you know, all this data management revolution, which has culminated in the Huduma number, and the creation now, we are doing of a single source of truth, so that every Kenyan is one person, and we have collected all the data sets to make it easier to provide services to our people. Is one of the many things that I'm really proud of. I mean, there are many things I would talk about, but the whole 10 years has been exciting. The successful war against cartels and examination cheating in the Ministry of Education was the climax of my service to the public of Kenya, and I'm very proud that we succeeded to drive reforms in that sector. I am so happy that we succeeded to move our country from analog to digital broadcasting. You can see how the explosion of broadcast media in the country, with over 200 radio stations and interactions that Kenyans have. And the other day, when we were struck by COVID-19, we were able to have meetings across the board because of the broadband footprint in the country. And all these are developments that came as a result of digital migration. So the 2 terms I've served with under President Uhuru Kenyatta have been probably the most exciting time in my life. Yeah.
You also chair of the Development Committee, and would you say that President Kenyatta has kept his promise in terms of bringing development to the country and ensuring that all the projects that he started are implemented and to the benefit of Mwananchi?
Quite frankly, the president has more than kept his promise. He has overperformed. Because when you look at the Jubilee Manifesto of 2013 and look at what has happened, it's shocking. The president has overperformed and overkept the promise. It was not just a matter of keeping the promise and sticking to the manifesto and the promises he made to the country. He has exerted himself and galvanized his administration to provide services to the people of Kenya. And he has moved our country to a totally new level. I mean, our neighbors and everyone around is shocked about some of the things we're able to do as a country. It's just that as Kenyans, sometimes we beat ourselves too much and so on. But truth be told, I mean, a hell of a lot of stuff has happened, and the country is way ahead of where it would have been if the president just kept the promise. My sister, we have hired over 20,000 new police officers in the country. Every year, we added 10,000 police officers into our force. For the 10 years, it's almost 100,000 police officers we have brought in. We moved our ratio from 1 police officer to the population, 1 to 900 to 1 to 600. And then if you look at the special formations we have in the security sector right now, we are able to police our country very effectively. As I speak to you right now, my security sector has got 26,000 brand new vehicles moving around the country through the motor vehicle leasing program. I can reach every part of the country because every county commissioner, every deputy county commissioner, and every administrator is able to move around. You could not talk about this in 2013. I mean, we came to government when police officers were pushing vehicles. Sometimes they don't have fuel, sometimes they cannot get some places, but that's not something we talk about these days. Our new acquisitions and the capacities that we have built, that's why we are able to go to every nook and corner of the country and provide security to our people. Even the challenges we face, whether it's on cat rustling, community clashes and so on, they are far too insignificant to even talk about compared to where we were in 2013. And we are dealing with them. Where they come up like Marsabit, where they come up like in Elgeyo Marakwet, we are present, we are designing methods of combating them, and we'll keep our country peaceful. So the president has kept his promise. Probably, actually, more than kept his promise. Yeah.
Asante sana. Happy Madaraka Day.
Thank you.
CS for Interior there, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, speaking about his achievements in the docket of Interiors, formerly the Education CS as well. He's speaking about this, saying it's challenging times, but also exciting times. Over the Uhuru Gardens, we've also seen the arrival of Mama Ngina Kenyatta coming through. Also the NMS boss, Major General Mohamed Badi, is there. We've also seen the arrival of the Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Alliance presidential candidate, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Also, the Deputy President designate on the Azimio side, that is Honorable Martha Karua, has also arrived at the Uhuru Gardens there. Earlier on, CS Fred Matiang'i was speaking at State House. They expected to head to Uhuru Gardens in the next 20 minutes or so. He spoke about the challenging times, but also exciting times. He says that they've strengthened the security and created confidence in the people. But he admits that terrorism is still a challenge that exists, but they're ready to deal with any security challenges that come through. He's talked about the registrations of persons that has generally improved. We're seeing there the service commanders and also Major General Robert Kiboshi also has already also arrived there. Matiang'i also mentioned the issue of cheating in the exams. He said that is one of the things that he has managed to cover. I think that is the Chief Justice, Honorable Martha Koome, arriving now at the Uhuru Gardens. As you can see, they are coming through. She's expected to come. The guard of honor will be mounted at 10:40. So this is how the itinerary looks like. At 10 a.m., which is about 20 minutes ago, there's the arrival of the service commanders. 10:15, the Chief of Defense Forces. Also, the 10:30, we expect the Cabinet Secretaries, the Chief Justice of and the President of the Supreme Court, Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, who's just arrived there. We're seeing earlier shots of her coming through. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, has also arrived. They're expecting the Speaker of the Senate, Ken Lusaka, and MPs also arriving through. We've also seen Mama Ngina arriving at the Uhuru Gardens. More than 30,000 delegates are expected there, plus Kenyans as well. Let's listen into what's going on at State House.
Tutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Hapa sote wananchi wa Kenya, kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Mama yetu tena ni baba yetu, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu.
Very briefly, how has it been serving alongside President Uhuru Kenyatta in those years that you've been in?
It has been wonderful, and I must say serving under President Uhuru Kenyatta has really, as a person, given me a lot of self-fulfillment, in the sense that I have served when it is my last part of service in public service, and my last 5 years with Uhuru Kenyatta, I must say, have been very, very, very fulfilling. It has really expanded my horizon on matters public, And I think in him I found the best mentor in my life, enhancing my management skills, institutional management skills. A very humble leader, team leader, through whom I have really learned a lot on how to handle public and also members of the public. His leadership style is such that he creates an enabling environment for me as a manager, such that he will rarely interfere with your decision making, and he will leave you to make decisions, right decisions, without any kind of interference. But he is there to always guide you, and to encourage you. And in him, I must say, I have found somebody who has really been able to really make the best of myself in terms of managing this institution of State House.
And having served under President Kenyatta's administration, what would you say are some of the major achievements that he has delivered for the Kenyan people?
I must say Kenya has been lucky in the sense that before Uhuru Kenyatta, there was very little in terms of infrastructure development. Very little was invested in it. And as you are aware, infrastructure is the biggest enabler, and the approach he has given is whereby every part of this country has benefited from one kind or the other of infrastructure, particularly the road infrastructure. And I think that has really opened this country, and it has created a lot of
Now, as Kinuthia Mbugu was speaking there earlier on, is the State House controller, just talking about the achievements that has happened in the President Uhuru Kenyatta's regime. Is talking about the infrastructure that is one of the greatest developments, according to him, that the president has managed to achieve. But Professor Wanyandi, before we went to State House, you were talking about how is the politics being used. That was the question that you were posing before we went to State House.
Yeah, you know, as I said, in my view, there are at least two sides to politics.
Yeah.
The positive side to politics, where you use politics and political power to serve the public. But as I said, you can also use politics rather negatively to undermine and to block perceived or real enemies or competitors. And this has happened in this country over the years. And many times you then use the institutions, the public institutions, to promote your political interests and political objectives. And again, even here, you can use these institutions for positive purposes or for negative purposes. And that is why some people say there is a weaponization of institutions, where you then use institutions as a weapon to promote your personal political interests. And therefore, related to that is the question of politicization of government activities or state activities. The clearest one that one thinks about is the issue of corruption. Many times you hear people saying that the state or a section of the state is targeting our people, either as communities or in terms of the political divide. So when, for example, in the current context, a politician, either perceived or actually who is aligned to a particular political formation is taken to task over allegations of corruption, you very quickly hear people in that political formation saying it is our political side of the divide that is being accused of corruption. But they forget that there are also people on the other side of the political divide who are also accused of corruption. It is very clear right now in the current context. So, but we must therefore be careful to avoid a situation where we politicize government action. The law exists, and what we need to, I think, ensure happens is that the due process is actually followed. You know, in all these cases. So I'm saying you cannot rule out the possibility that institutions may be used for political purposes, but we must have the evidence before we say it.
All right. Stay with me. Let's cross over to State House, see what's going on there for a bit and listen in.
Siwezi kwenda mbali yako, fikira zangu zote unazijua. Wakenya hatuna budi kusema ukweli, ijapo unachoma utatuweka huru. Taifa letu la Kenya limesonga mbele tangu mwaka wa 2013. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, umeyatenda yote unayoweza. Wakenya tumeridhika na tunasema Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, umeyatenda yote unayoweza. Wakenya tumeridhika na tunasema Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye. Umeme umesambazwa hata mashinani, na shuleni watoto wamekuwa digital. Barabara pia reli zimeimarishwa. Rais wetu mpendwa, tuna imani nawe. Umeme umesambazwa hata mashinani, na shuleni watoto wamekuwa digital. Barabara pia reli zimeimarishwa. Rais wetu mpendwa, tuna imani nawe. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, umeyatenda yote unayoweza. Wakenya tumeridhika na tunasema Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, umeyatenda yote unayoweza. Wakenya tumeridhika na tunasema Uhuru hoye, usalama umeimarishwa. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, vifaa vya kisasa. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, hata uzazi wa bure. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, wanapata mbolea. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, usalama umeimarishwa. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, vifaa vya kisasa. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, hata uzazi wa bure. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, wanapata mbolea. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, umeyatenda yote unayoweza. Wakenya tumeridhika, sema Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye. Uhuru hoye, rais wetu hoye, umeyatenda yote unayoweza. Wakenya tumeridhika.
Just a word to them in a word of prayer.
Oh.
Yes.
Me, I'm not familiar.
What is
Asante sana. Thank you very much. I don't know, this one looks different from the ones I'm used to. Yeah. Anyway, now I think mine is just to really just say thank you. It's a wonderful 59th day of Madaraka. We look forward for all of us having a great day. It will be my last Madaraka as president. And I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you. We have worked well together. It's been both a pleasure and an honor to have you with us. And I am confident we have laid a firm foundation for those who shall come after to continue and to build a bigger, brighter, more prosperous Kenya than from where we have left off. So yangu ni kusema asante sana kwa kazi na Mungu aendelee kuwabariki na kubariki Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. And as we do so, let us thank God for this Madaraka Day. Let us thank Him for bestowing upon us the leadership, the wisdom, and the compassion of His Excellency, our President, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, for our First Lady, Margaret Kenyatta, and for all those who have served in this administration. Let us remember before God those who have made it possible for us by the considerable sacrifices made over the years. The founding father of the nation, now Mzee Jaramogi, who shed their blood and tears that we might be free. Those who made considerable sacrifices, let us pray that we may become good stewards of the legacy that they left for us, so that we in turn can hand over the baton to those who come after us. We pray now for this day. We pray for His Excellency as he leads in the celebrations, that God's Spirit may be with him and with all of us. For we pray katika jina la Mungu Baba, Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Amen.
Taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda daima, tunayoipenda daima, tunayoipenda daima, twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka daima, yenye baraka daima, yenye baraka daima. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya kupendeza. yenye kuvunja amani. Daima tunataka Kenya. Daima tunataka Kenya. Daima wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye mapendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Tumeapa sote wananchi wa Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Ni mama yetu tena ni baba yetu, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Acha Kenya nchi yangu, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Nitarudi, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
All right, the head of state there speaking at State House, the choir, and thanking his team for having served with him. He says this is his last Madaraka Day, and he says it's a pleasure and honor to have worked with all his CSs and the team at State House there. He said that he has laid a firm foundation to build a bigger, brighter and prosperous Kenya, and he believes he's handing over Kenya that has potential to fly. What you're seeing on your screens is that Uhuru Gardens, the Deputy President William Ruto ushering in the President for Sierra Leone, President Bio, Julius Bio, who is in the country for a 5-day state visit. Yesterday, they signed about 7 agreements, trade agreements. So he's the one gracing the Uhuru Gardens, which is the 59th Madaraka Day celebrations. Any moment from now, the President himself is expected to head there for the deliberations at the Uhuru Gardens. We have a strong team that's there right now, but let's listen in to what's happening at the Uhuru Gardens.
Tai pamoja na msaidizi wa mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi anayehusika na masuala ya wafanyikazi na vifaa, Defense Headquarters, Meja Jenerali Alfaxad Mudhuri Kiugu. Machon.
State House. Those are live pictures from State House. You can see the president heading to the Uhuru Gardens for his final Madaraka Day. This is the 59th Madaraka Day happening right now, and there's a guard of honor that has already been mounted there as the head of state heads straight to the delegation of a 30,000 strong delegation. In his last Madaraka Day speech, he spoke about the achievements that he's done. We are calling this one his final pitch, because this is his last Madaraka Day, like he's mentioned. But he says he's set the country on a firm foundation for prosperity and to build bigger and brighter going forward from today. The president for Sierra Leone has already arrived. That is President Bio, who's in the country for a 5-day state visit. Also, we have our teams that are there standing by to give you every moment of what is going on at that particular place. You can see the march heading in at the Uhuru Gardens. Let's listen in as we expect the president to arrive there anytime, and we'll keep you there live for the entire proceedings so that you listen through to the speeches.
Basi niombe kwa heshima sote tuweze kusimama kwa ajili ya bendera ya kikosi kinachoandaa gwaride hii.
Quick preparations there for the head of state to depart from State House, head straight to the Uhuru Gardens for the 59th and his final Madaraka day. But let me get closing remarks from my panelists here in studio. And Professor Wanyande, I'll start with you now. 69 days to the polls. What do you wish Kenyans keep in mind as we head into the electioneering season? The campaigns have started 29th, but they were started earlier on than that. But still, what do you hope Kenyans keep in mind as we're going in?
Thank you. I think Kenyans the need to elect responsible leaders.
Yeah.
I would describe the kind of leader I would like to see in this country as somebody who has got respect for the Constitution, respect for the institutions of governance, respect for the people of Kenya. So we need somebody who will be able to spark confidence in the institutions of government, because this has been a deficit for a very long time.
Yeah.
So I hope that Kenyans will be able to choose somebody who has a track record in terms of serving the nation as opposed to serving himself. Yes.
All right, Abdikadir?
Oh, I couldn't agree more. It's important to note that Kenyans have an opportunity to choose their leaders in the next few weeks. It's important that they don't, as usual, go with ethnic or short-term financial gain, but look at their lives, the lives of their kids, and the future of the country. And it's very important to take a decision, especially at the very top of the national, the pinnacle of the national political power. Yeah. It's important to have those things in mind when we take that decision.
All right. Professor Kagwanja, this is the home stretch for the elections.
Yes, it's the home stretch. I think we need to, at this juncture, we need to take stock of the performance of the 4 states that have already come through. The Kenyatta state, the Moi state, the Kibaki state, and now the Uhuru state. And that should help us to elect the next state, leader of the next state. A person who is going to move us to Vision 2063. Because Vision 2030 is going. A person who is going to consolidate our democracy, because we've seen some kind of decline or relapse of some of these issues. Somebody who is going to build our institutions, strengthen them, than undermine them. And somebody who is going to consolidate our national culture that is less corrupt and more accountable, more humane than what we've seen, and a person who is going to enable us to kind of narrow the gap between those who are prospering and those who are poor. Because I think that's really the greatest problem that we have for the first time the largest number of rich Kenyans and also the largest number of the poor Kenyans. People cannot afford a meal. So, in other words, we are looking for a person who is not just a functional, who wins power, but a person who knows what to do with that power.
All right. And this is the president is just getting ready to leave the State House to head straight to the Uhuru Gardens. I want to thank my guests for coming through this morning. Professor Peter Kagwanja, policy advisor and strategist. Professor Peter Kagwanyande from the Department of Political Science, and Abdikadir Mohammed, former presidential advisor here speaking. Now he says he's going to the private sector. Thank you so much for making time this morning as people straight head to the 59th Madaraka Day celebrations at the Uhuru Gardens. Before, on the 58th, that was the previous one, the president spoke about quite a number of things, and in his parting shot, he said that he's announcing that there should be dignity when it comes to politics. And he said that his administration has extended every possible way of ensuring that the country heads in the right direction in terms of prosperity and also dignified living for the people herein. Let's listen into what's going on at the Uhuru Gardens as they expect the head of state to arrive there any moment from now.
Umeona? Hii, naweka mkono mbele. Unaiona? Haya. Ukiona Uhuru karibu na unaweza chukua hiyo atapita hapa mbele yao. Sasa kama saa hii ona. Nadhani huwezi jua nini kinaendelea. Lakini saa tu nilimsikia hapa. Ile tulikuwa na yeye.
All right, live proceedings there at the Uhuru Gardens and also at State House, where the head of state is expected to leave any moment from now, head straight to the 59th Madaraka Day celebrations happening at the Uhuru Gardens. You can see the guard of honor that has already been mounted there in anticipation of the president. President for Sierra Leone, that is President Julius Bio, has already arrived. The Deputy President, William Ruto, has already arrived. The Azimio la Umoja, one Kenya presidential candidate, Honorable Raila Odinga, has also arrived. The Deputy President for Azimio, Honorable Madaraka, has also arrived there. Quite a number of the Speaker of the National Assembly has also come in. The service commanders have also arrived. NMS boss, General Badi, has also arrived there. We saw Kiboshi also arriving there. Quite a number of dignitaries coming through. The Cabinet Secretary is also heading straight to the Uhuru Gardens. And earlier on there, they had a brief session with the President, who simply just thanked them for having worked with him all this time. And he also mentioned that this being his last Madaraka Day, he has laid a firm foundation to build a bigger, better and prosperous Kenya, and is handing over to Kenyans, to the next administration, a country that is governable and can head straight to prosperity. Earlier on, also the CSs were speaking earlier on in terms of what they've achieved so far. We had the CS for ICT, Joe Musheru, talking about the 2 million Ajira digital jobs, saying there are more than 310 youth empowerment centers that have been built, and online government services have also gone up. He mentioned that the Microsoft and Google development centers have also been built here, and he said that there were 6th undersea cable landing that has come in, 15 billion in Kenya youth empowerment opportunities, and 7 youth appointees as CASs. That is one of the things that the CS for ICT, Joe Musheru, mentioned. Also, CS for Energy, Monica Juma, who's formerly Defense, highlighted the driving of renewable energy in her own sector, saying that the connectivity to the national grid has vastly improved and increased. She mentioned 92% of green on the grid, that is renewable energy, and 75% installed capacity as well. That is one of the highlights for a place where she takes on as the energy CS right now. Earlier on, they had challenges in terms of hoarding of fuel, but that was also resolved. Also, CS Wamalo was speaking earlier on. Now, that is the head of state getting into his official motorcade, heading straight, and the First Lady, Margaret Kenyatta, as well. They're heading straight to Uhuru Gardens right now. Any moment they start the journey straight on the formation, you can already see they are ready to head to the Uhuru Gardens, where they celebrate the 59th Madaraka Day. And this is one of the moments where he says it's his last, and is happy to have handed over a prosperous nation to his predecessors. Earlier on, his CSs were speaking and giving an account of what they've managed to achieve in their different dockets. CS Betty Maina for Trade and Industry and Enterprise Development, that's Moi Ted. You can see the motorcade now heading out from State House. Those are live pictures only here on Citizen TV. CS Betty Maina was speaking earlier on and saying that the expansion of markets for Kenyan products is one of the biggest achievements in her docket. They were all lined up at State House earlier on to go and speak to the president on the final Madaraka Day before he exits in 69 days, when the elections will be held on the 9th of August. So they were saying what has been achieved in their different dockets. So CS Betty Maina spoke about securing the market in Britain after Brexit, expansion of the export processing zones, industrial output, she says that has also increased. Earlier on, the CS for Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, who also served as the CS for Education, also gave an account of what he believes are the greatest moments and the greatest achievements in his current docket, which is the interior and security. He says that challenging times, but also exciting times. It's mentioned that there was a strengthening of the security and creating confidence in the people. He did admit, though, that terrorism still remains a threat, but he mentioned that they are ready for any security challenges. He also mentioned the registration of persons being improved so far, and having different stations where people can now get their passports within one day. He also highlighted the employment of security police officers. He said that there were more than 10,000 every year, and in the 10 years now, that could add up to about 100,000 police officers. He said that the number of police officers to persons being guarded has reduced, the ratio has reduced vastly from 1 to 900 to 1 to 600. He says this only happened during this regime. It is almost a showcasing of what the president has managed to achieve in his 10 years tenure as the head of state. And it is expected that also during this Madaraka Day, he will speak about those achievements himself during the Madaraka Day that is happening at the Uhuru Gardens. This should be through the State House Road as they're heading straight to Uhuru Gardens, where the celebrations for Madaraka Day is happening right now as we speak. CS Peter Munya for Agriculture, who also served as under trade, said that it is a time when they've changed the lives of farmers, thereby expanding trade and dealing with the bottlenecks. He also mentioned that the locust invasion was one of the biggest challenges that faced the agricultural industry, but mentioned that they've managed to deal with it and form a precedence in the country as well. But he also mentioned that the returning or reforms in the tea sector that increased its earnings by almost close to 10 billion shillings was one of the greatest achievements that he achieved during his time there as a CS. Most of them, and this is now the transition because it is the final time they'll be there as CSs in those particular dockets. It's not clear what formation will look like after this. But there's a transition government coming through on the 9th of August. There'll be a change of guard there. And that's the reason why the president, speaking to them earlier on, had thanked them for the service and also mentioned that he has steered the country in the right direction for prosperity. Over at the Uhuru Gardens, there are quite a number. The guard of honor is already there waiting to receive the president. The NMS boss was seen there earlier on. The service commanders have already arrived. The deputy president is also there. It's a delegation of about 30,000 people waiting for this final day. They were speaking earlier on to our teams on the ground, saying that one of the reasons why they're there today is because this happens to be the last Madaraka Day celebrations for the head of state. So this is how the itinerary looks like. There were really no roads that were closed heading out to the center. Like we mentioned, the Uhuru Gardens, there were no roads that were closed. That was announced by the National Police Service. They only mentioned that movement of traffic along the old roads leading to Uhuru Gardens will not be disrupted unless just temporarily, like right now, they're probably distracted because the head of state is heading there. As you can see, the entourage getting into the CBD as they head to the Uhuru Gardens, where vehicles will be diverted accordingly, they said. But they also, in the statement sent out by the National Police Service, they said that vehicles with red stickers will be ushered to the Uhuru Gardens through Gate 3, and the spillover will be guarded to the parking or to Chumi supermarket there. But other vehicles will proceed along Langata Link Road, drop visitors at the Carnival Link Road junction, and will be guided for parking at the Carnival ground. So if you're heading anywhere there right now, this is probably the point where you stop because the traffic flow will be interrupted as the head of state makes his way from Kenyatta Avenue heading straight to the Uhuru Gardens. But earlier on, there were no diversions of vehicles in any shape or form. That's according to the statement sent in by the National Police Service. They also mentioned that the rest of the vehicles will drop visitors at the same junction, then proceed to Swaminarayan Temple. And also that was the arrangement that made earlier on. You can see the movement at the Kenyatta Avenue has now been disrupted as the head of state heads straight to the Uhuru Gardens, where is expected to officiate the 59th Madaraka Day officially. They also mentioned that there's adequate police officers who are deployed to guide all motorists and ensure the free flow of traffic, and from the venue all the way to the end. They also said motorists are being urged to exercise caution and obey traffic laws at all times. Stern action will be taken against any offenders. You can see them underneath the expressway there on Uhuru Highway, heading straight to Uhuru Gardens, where the last Madaraka Day celebrations will be happening. More than 30,000 people are already there as we speak. So let me run you through how the program is looking like. It is actually bang on time because it's almost just 3 minutes to 11. The president himself was expected to arrive at the Uhuru Gardens at around 10:55. They've just missed it by a whisker there. So the president will arrive maybe at around 11. And then the process will begin. So there's the First Lady, His Excellency, the President, who is escorted to the ceremonial vehicle. So this is how it will work. So once he gets there, the President will be escorted to the ceremonial vehicle by the Chief of Defense Forces, General Kibochi. Then the Excellency, the First Lady, will also be escorted to the presidential dais. His Excellency, the President, gets a wave around, which is customary. So once he gets into the official vehicle, that's a run around will be done so that he waves to the crowd as well. Then the national anthem will come through. We have speeches that will be then put on place. The governor of Nairobi City County, Governor Anne Kanan, will make the welcoming remarks. That's according to the program here. Then the Deputy President, Honorable William Ruto, will speak and invite His Excellency. and His Excellency President Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta will make the address. So pretty much this is according to the program. That may change. We're not sure so far. This is how it was supposed to be. So after the prayers, the governor for Nairobi City County, Governor Anne Kananu, is supposed to make welcoming remarks. Then the deputy president comes in, and then the president addresses the congregation, and that's about it. They leave from that point. Whether that will be stuck to is still not sure. The order of the march for the police officers and the security forces that are there right now, the Koi Kenya Army in heavy combat dress will be there. The Koi Kenya Army in light combat dress will also be there. 1 squad general service unit in heavy combat dress will also be there. 1 squad anti-stock theft unit in heavy combat dress will be there. 1 squad administration rapid deployment unit in heavy combat dress will be there. You're noticing the heavy combat there because it is a show of might for the last state function for the President Uhuru Kenyatta. They'll all be there. Squad administration, police, border police unit, also in heavy combat dress, will be there. Mechanized columns drive-by will also be happening there. There was a rehearsal at the Uhuru Gardens earlier on, but it was more of an air show. We expect a bit of that also to happen as the last part of it. They're calling it a fly past. The fly past will also be happening at some point. And the Kenya Defense Forces mass bands and calls of drums will also be there. This is the presidential motorcade making its way from the Uhuru Highway, heading straight into Uhuru Gardens, where he's expected to make his final pitch on the Madaraka Day here, or speak about his achievements. On the last Madaraka Day, and I was just looking at his speech on the last thing that he said that he will end very briefly with the fourth frame of the national question, and he mentioned that for us to secure what we have achieved in 58, now 59 years, we must not make politics the heat and light of our national existence. I'm reading verbatim from what the speech was like as the president heads straight to the Uhuru Gardens. He said that instead we must endeavor to pursue political stabilization by any means necessary. This is part of his speech on the last Madaraka Day, which was the 58th Madaraka Day, the last year. He said, I say so because stability is the lifeblood of a republic. What we have built for 58 years can be destroyed in one day of political instability. But we cannot engage in political stabilization if we live in political denial. For instance, this was the biggest conversation on that particular day. That was last year, the 1st of June last year, the 58th Madaraka Day. He said that, for instance, everyone knows that the BBI is good. It is good for our country. It is even good for those unhappy with it. But too many Kenyans have embraced fear of change over the need to continuously strive for a more fair, just, peaceful, cohesive, and democratic Kenya. They oppose the BBI not because of its substance, which even its harshest critics concede is good, but because, unlike our founding fathers, they cannot dare imagine a better Kenya for all. That was the biggest conversation at that particular time, but this court has generally given a pronouncement in terms of the BBI. That was the conversation at the point. This time, it will be transition, considering it is his last speech during the Madaraka Day festivities. This is live pictures from Langata Road as he heads to Uhuru Gardens. Let's listen in to what's going on to his final destination, which is the Uhuru Gardens. There's a guard of honor that has already been mounted there in anticipation of the president's arrival. Let's listen in.
Ujenzi wa taifa, kwani hicho kiini hasa kisababisha choja. Ewe ndugu yangu, amka kumekucha, kamata jembe na panga, twende shamba. Hata wewe mwanangu, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo saa za kwenda shule. Hata wewe karani, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo saa za kwenda kazi. Uvivu ni adui mkubwa kwa ujenzi wa taifa, kwani hicho kiini hasa kisababisha choja. Ewe ndugu yangu, amka kumekucha, kamata jembe na panga, twende shamba. Hata wewe mwanangu, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo saa za kwenda shule. Hata wewe karani, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo saa za kwenda kazi. Uvivu ni adui mkubwa kwa ujenzi wa taifa, kwani hicho kiini hasa kisababisha choja. Ewe ndugu yangu, amka kumekucha, kamata jembe na panga, twende shamba. Hata wewe mwanangu, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo saa za kwenda shule. Hata wewe karani, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo saa za kwenda kazi. Uvivu ndio adui ujenzi wa taifa, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Ndugu yangu kumekucha, amka wende shamba, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Mwanangu kumekucha, amka wende shule, elimu ndio msingi wa maendeleo. Karangi kumekucha, amka wende kazi, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Uvivu ndio adui kwa ujenzi wa taifa, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Ndugu yangu kumekucha, amka wende shamba, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Mwanangu kumekucha, amka wende shule, hiyo elimu ndio msingi wa maendeleo. Barani kumekucha, amka wende kazi, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa.
Wacha uvivu we. Chapa kazi, chapa kazi.
Basi Maroon Commandos, msichoke kuzidi kutuletea burudani, na naomba kwa heshima tuendelee kupata burudani hadi atakapojiunga nasi mgeni wetu rasmi, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Maroon Commandos. Asante Maroon Commandos. Asante. Thank you. Wananchi tutulie tafadhali, tutulie.
Well, President Uhuru Kenyatta, they're arriving at the Uhuru Gardens, where he is supposed to lead the country in the last 59th Madaraka Day celebrations. For him, as the head of state, the deputy president has also arrived already there. He's just taking out almost like a lap of honor before he inspects the guard of honor expected. A number of them already have arrived, plus the head of state for Sierra Leone, President Biyo. Let's listen.
Nampisha mwenzangu. Tumkaribishe Mheshimiwa Rais kwa makofi. 1, 2. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais, utuongoze kwa sherehe za Madaraka mwaka huu 2022. Karibu. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele? Wanafunzi tupeperushe bendera. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais. Makofi. Makofi. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Utuongoze kwa sherehe za Madaraka. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais. Makofi. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele? Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais. Karibu. Makofi. Makofi. Tumpatie Mheshimiwa Rais shangwe na vigelegele. Karibu. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais, utuongoze kwa sherehe za Madaraka hapa gatuzi la Nairobi. Karibu. Karibu. Wananchi wapi shangwe na vigelegele? Karibu. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais, utuongoze kwa sherehe za Madaraka mwaka huu wa 2022 hapa bustani la Uhuru. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele? Asanteni wananchi. Makofi. 1, 2. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Karibu. Karibu. Hapa bustani la Uhuru. Utuongoze kwa sherehe za Madaraka mwaka huu wa 2022. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele kwa Mheshimiwa Rais? Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais. Karibu. Makofi. 1, 2. Karibu. Karibu. Tumpungie Mheshimiwa Rais mikono.
Wapi shangwe na vigelegele wananchi? Karibu. Karibu. Utuongoze kwa sherehe za Madaraka. Karibu. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais. Karibu. Utuongoze kwa sherehe za Madaraka. Karibu. Karibu. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele? Karibu. Makofi. Moja. Mbili. Tatu. Funga. Fungua. Asanteni sana, asanteni.
Asante sana Maroon Commandos, asante Maroon Commandos. Niombe tubaki tukiwa tumesimama kwa wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, na waliovalia kofia zisizo rasmi waweze kuzivua tafadhali.
Wewe oti unachangaza. Jamaa amesheki kutoka steta. Kamera hiyo ilikuwa inashika. Oh, ilikuwa na nani? Na wewe jamaa wa steta.
Sasa kija kumwomba kwa heshima Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa majeshi yote ya ulinzi ruhusa kuweza kukagua gwaridi lililoandaliwa na majeshi ya ulinzi. Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza kuketi tafadhali. Anayemsindikiza Mheshimiwa Rais ni Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi Jenerali Robert Kibochi.
Boss. Oya. Sasa hata anafuata nini?
vikosi kuwa mbele ya gwaride unavyoshuhudia hivi sasa kutoka kwake Kala Officer pamoja na parade RSM. Basi Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa amri hiyo, wanajeshi hawa baada ya kuandaa gwaride la kufana wanaondoka hivi sasa uwanjani kupata kujiunga na wenzao kuzidi kudumisha ulinzi wa taifa letu la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Rais, mkuu wa gwaride hii Luteni Kanali Evans Oduma. Mheshimiwa Rais, lafuata gwaride la vikundi likiongozwa na jeshi letu la nchi kavu chini yake Major Stephen Nyamboga. Rais, kikosi kinachofuata National Police Service General Service Unit. Kikosi hicho hicho Administration Police wakifuata hivi sasa. Wanaofuata ni askari wa kupambana na wizi wa mifugo and stock theft unit. Mheshimiwa Rais kutufungia gwaride la vikundi ni Border Patrol Unit wakiwa katika magwanda yao mazito ya kikazi. Mheshimiwa Rais, linafuata sasa onyesho ya baadhi ya zana za kivita ambazo tunazitumia katika ulinzi wa taifa, na kwa mengi zaidi nitampisha Meja Alex Hinga aweze kuendelea.
Shukran sana Mheshimiwa Rais, mabibi na mabwana. Baada ya matembezi ya gwaride hilo, yanaanza sasa maonyesho ya zana za vita wanazozitumia wanajeshi kufanikisha operesheni tofauti. Yanayotangulia hivi sasa ni brigade za majeshi yetu ya nchi kavu almaarufu the infantry. Wanatangulia hapa na magari aina ya deraya, ukipenda armored personnel carriers. Haya ni magari ambayo yametengenezwa kwa vyuma maalum ili kuzuia risasi, vilipuzi au mabomu, na vile vile uwezesha wanajeshi wetu kufika kwa haraka wanakoenda vitani, huku wakipigana na bunduki ambazo zimeangikwa bavuni ama paani mwa magari haya. Nyuma ya magari haya kuna magari maalum ya kubebea mizinga inayojulikana kama 81mm mortars, ambayo inawezesha wanajeshi wa infantry kupigana wakitumia mabomu kukabiliana na adui. Azma ya askari wa infantry ni kumshinda adui huku akitumia mbinu mahususi za luteva au maneva, kwa kimombo manuva, na wanajeshi hawa wako na uwezo wa kupigana usiku na mchana, mahali popote, kwa hali zote, na pia kwa hali zote za anga wakitumia vifaa hivi. Wanafuatiwa na vikosi vya operesheni spesheli, the Army Special Operations Battalion, the Army Special Operations Brigade, na pia wako na Special Forces. Wao vile vile wako na magari aina ya deraya ambayo huwawezesha kupigana pande zote mduara wakitumia machine gun ambayo iko kwenye magari haya. Wanayo pia magari speciali aina ya Spartan, pia ni deraya ambayo inatumika katika kukabiliana na magaidi, anti-terror operations. Wanajeshi hawa wamepata mafunzo maalum ya kuwezesha kupigana vitani, hewani na pia baharini. Vinavyofuata sasa, Mheshimiwa Rais, ni vikosi vya vifaru, the Armored Brigade. Wako na vifaru za operesheni za upelelezi, ukipenda Armored Reconnaissance, ambazo huwezesha kupata habari muhimu ili kufanikisha mapigano. Kwa karibu zimefuatiwa na vifaru vikuu, the main battle tank, ambayo kimsingi hutumiwa kuangamiza vifaru vya adui na pia kuwakinga askari wa miguu dhidi ya risasi na mabomu vita vinapoendelea. Wana vifaru husema vifaru viko na shock action, kumpa adui mshtuko na kumlazimu kusalimu amri, kauli mbiu yao ikiwa together we punch. Wamefuatiwa na vikosi vya wanamizinga, the Artillery Brigade, ambao wamejipanga kwenye umbo la chembe cha mshale, arrowhead formation. Wako na mizinga ya 105mm field artillery gun, pia wanatuletea mizinga yenye mitutu pacha, the twin cannon mount, ambayo inatumika kukabiliana na ndege za adui. Inayopita hivi sasa ile 105mm artillery gun. Inafuata the double barreled twin cannon mount. Na nyuma yake wana mzinga mzito unaojulikana kama 155 self-propelled, self-loading 8x8 artillery gun. La msingi kuhusu wana mizinga ni kwamba wanapigana na adui kwa makombora mazito mazito ili kuwezesha wanajeshi wengine kukabiliana na adui. The Artillery Brigade, ukipenda the gunners. Napita mzinga wa 155. gari lao la ukombozi iwapo hitilafu yote itatokea na ule mzinga. Wanaofuata Mheshimiwa Rais ni kikosi cha mawasiliano, the Kenya Army Corps of Signals, ukipenda the Communication Warriors. Mawasiliano, Mheshimiwa Rais, ni nguzo muhimu kufanikisha vita, na wana mawasiliano wanahakikisha kwamba makamanda wa vita wanawasiliana kwa nyenzo zilizo salama dhidi ya upekuzi wa adui, na hivyo kufanikisha operesheni. Vifaa ambao vimeangikwa juu ya magari haya ni vifaa vya satellite ambavyo vinawezesha wanajeshi wetu kuwasiliana popote walipo duniani, na mashine ambayo inapita inajulikana kama the Tactical Mobile Communication Center, TMCC. Wanafuatia sasa vikosi vya wahandisi wa kijeshi, the Engineers Brigade. Wanavyo vifaa vya kuweza kuunda njia nyikani na misituni ili kuwawezesha wanajeshi wetu kupita. Pia huwajengea madaraja. Tunaliona hapa daraja moja lililojulikana kama the Medium Girder Bridge, ambalo huwezesha wanajeshi wetu kuvuka mito. Wahandisi wa kijeshi, the engineers, pia hutatiza mwendo wa adui kwa kutega vizuizi. Wao pia huwaundia wanajeshi wetu mahandaki ya kujikinga dhidi ya mashambulizi ya adui, na pia wasaidia wananchi kwa vile kwa kuwaundia vitu kama mabwawa, kuwachimbia maji, visima, na pia husika kikamilifu katika kuokoa maisha patokeapo majanga. Wakiwa kwenye vita wanafanya the combat role, kazi ya kijeshi. Wakiwa nyumbani wakati ya utulivu ama peace time, then wanafanya ile wanasema kwa kimombo civil military cooperation, kusaidia katika ujenzi wa taifa na pia kuwasaidia wananchi wetu wanapopata majanga. Ikipita gari spesheli ya kuchimbia maji inayotumika na wahandisi hawa katika kuchimbia wanajeshi maji na pia wananchi mahali kwenye sehemu kavu. Wanafuatwa pale Mheshimiwa Rais na vikosi vya wanauchukuzi, the Kenya Army Corps of Transport. Mheshimiwa Rais ndio wanahusika katika kuwasafirisha wanajeshi wetu na hali kadhalika vifaa na mizigo yao wanapoenda vitani na pia wakati ya mazoezi ya kivita. Wanayo magari ya kusafirisha wanajeshi, wako na magari ya kusafirisha mizigo, wanaweza wanaweza pia kusafirisha vifaa vizito kama vile vifaru ama magari ya wahandisi. Kauli mbiu yao ikiwa we move the army, tunalisafirisha jeshi, na mara nyingi hutukumbusha ya kwamba nothing moves until something moves. Wanafuata hapa sasa Mheshimiwa Rais na vikosi vya wahandisi wa umeme na mitambo, the Kenya Army Corps of Electrical and Mechanical Engineers. Hawa husaidia kukarabati vifaa vya kijeshi ili kuhakikisha kwamba wakati wowote ziko katika hali shwari ya kazi, na utueleza kwa kauli mbiu yao kwamba technical excellence is their commitment. Wanafuatiwa na watunza rasilimali, the Kenya Army Ordnance Corps. Hawa ndio wapa wanajeshi wetu chakula, risasi, mavazi, vitu ambazo tusipopata kwenye vita vitatatizika. Na pia wako na magari muhimu ya kuharibu makombora yaliyotegwa. Wako na electronic ordnance disposal vehicles. Tunaona moja pale ikipita ambaye yuko na wahandisi speciali wa kuvipata na kuvilipua vilipuzi vile, including IEDs. Wanafuata Mheshimiwa Rais matabibu wa kijeshi, the Kenya Army Medical Corps, wakiletea deraya ama Armored Personnel Carrier Ambulance. Matibabu wetu wapo wanajeshi wetu matibabu, na pia wafunza wanajeshi kutoa huduma ya kwanza ili kuwasaidia wenzao. Wako pia na mobile theater inawezesha huduma ya surgery kutolewa wakati ya vita. Bila shaka jeshi lenye afya ndio msingi wa taifa. Kauli mbiu ya watabibu wetu ni utabibu bora. Wanafuatiwa sasa Mheshimiwa Rais na vikosi vya kudhibiti majanga, the Disaster Response Battalion, ambao husaidia wananchi majanga yanapotokea kama vile kubomoka kwa manyumba, ajali za barabarani, mafuriko, mioto na kadhalika. Wako pia na magari speciali ya kudhibiti hazardous material kama vile kemikali. Wanafuatiwa hivi sasa na kikosi cha Defense Forces Constabulary ambao hukabiliana na majanga ya moto, na tunaona pale wakipita na zimamoto zao, Defense Forces Constabularies with their fire fighting equipment. Na pia kuna gari speciali linatumika wakati wa majanga ili kutoa huduma ya kwanza na pia huduma ya kisaikolojia, kuhakikisha kwamba watu wanapona tu, sio kiwiliwili tu, bali pia wanapata tulizo la akili. Mheshimiwa Rais, sio kawaida kuona wanajeshi wetu wa majini, the Kenya Navy, wakitembea, lakini leo tunawapata wanatembea hapa ardhini wakituletea mashua aina ya Zodiac. Pia wako na mashua aina ya M-Shark, na pia wako na mashua ya Mil Pro. Wanajeshi hawa hutumia mashua hizi kuhakikisha kwamba bahari zetu ziko salama. Tunaona pale wapiga mbizi, the deep sea divers, ambao hutusaidia katika kuokoa maisha wakati tunapata majanga ya baharini. zinapita sasa vikosi za mbwa wa kivita, the Canine Regiment, ambayo wako na magari speciali ya kuwasafirishia mbwa ambao hutumika katika kufichua vilipuzi, silaha na pia risasi walipozificha magaidi, kauli mbiu yao ikiwa agility and precision. Mwisho, kikosi cha polisi wa kijeshi, the Military Police Corps, kitengo cha Provost Protection Unit, ambao hudumisha nidhamu jeshini na vile vile wachunga watu mashuhuri, kauli mbiu yao ikiwa by example shall we lead. Na hapo tunatamatisha.
Mheshimiwa Rais, nampisha mwenzangu aweze kuendelea.
Mheshimiwa Rais, mbele ya jukwaa na zinapita pale kulia ni ndege za jeshi letu la wanahewa. Kikundi cha kwanza ambacho kimekushapita kilikuwa ni cha ndege aina ya Groba, ndege zinazotumika kuwapa marubani wetu mafunzo kiwango cha msingi, basic trainer. Hivi sasa zinapita ndege ikiongoza pale katikati, ndege aina ya Y12, kushoto kulia ikisindikizwa na ndege aina ya Skytrack. Ndege hizi ni za uchukuzi, hubeba wanajeshi kutoka sehemu moja hadi nyingine. Katikati ndege ya Y12, kushoto kulia ndege aina ya Skytrack. Kikundi cha tatu kinaingia hivi sasa kikiongozwa na ndege aina ya Dash 8, kushoto kulia ikisindikizwa na ndege aina ya Spartan. Ndege aina ya Dash 8 hubeba abiria mashuhuri na pia wanajeshi kutoka sehemu moja hadi nyingine. Ndege aina ya Spartan hubeba mizigo mizito na vile vile hubeba wanajeshi wengi na kwa pamoja. Kikundi cha 4 kinaingia kwa utaratibu, kikundi cha ndege aina ya Tucano, zikionyesha moshi mweupe, ishara yake kwamba anga la nchi yetu Kenya liko salama. Ni ndege zinazotumiwa kuwapa marubani wetu mafunzo kiwango cha juu, advanced trainer. Ni ndege aina ya Tucano. Hivi sasa Mheshimiwa Rais, zinafuata ndege zetu za kivita, ndege aina ya F5, desturi yake mwendo kasi. Tazama zinavyoingia katika Arrowhead formation kwa maridadi. Tazama mwendo wa kasi. Tafadhali tuwapigie marubani wetu makofi. Ndege hizi za kivita zitafuata moja kwa nyingine, zikituletea mizunguko ya kulia, ya kushoto. Tutaona wakiweza kupaa juu hata zaidi, kuonyesha jinsi ndege hizi hukabiliana na adui kule angani na pia ardhini. Marubani wetu wakiwa wamehitimu kiwango cha juu zaidi, hivyo wana ujuzi usiokithiri angani. Ni ndege zetu aina ya F5. Inakuja ndege ya kwanza. Tazama, inakuja kisha paa juu, ni katika vertical roll. Tumpe makofi rubani wetu, changilie. Ndege ya pili vile vile inaingia mwendo wa kasi. Tazama vile atafanya, paa juu zaidi, kisha anarudi alipotoka. Ndege ya tatu vile vile paa juu, mizunguko ya kushoto. Ndege ya 4 inapaa juu zaidi na kurudi alipotoka. Tuzidi kushangilia marubani wetu. Inaingia ndege ya 5. Tazama anavyopinda kulia kushoto, mwendo ukiwa wa kasi. Zinakuja ndege hizi kutufungia onyesho lao kwa pamoja, kisha kila moja kuelekea njia yake. Kwa heshima tuwape makofi marubani wetu. Kinafuata ni kikundi cha ndege aina ya Tukano kwa mara ya pili. Tofauti na mara ya kwanza, zinaingia kwa mwendo wa kasi, zikileta mizunguko. Tazama wanavyofanya, kila moja njia yake, wakizidi kuonyesha moshi mweupe. Aliyetoka mahali alipotoka, kumbuka kwamba anapopinda rubani pia yuko ile position. Inafuata hivi sasa ni helikopta aina MI-171E ikizindikizwa kushoto kulia na ndege za mashambulizi aina ya Cobra. Ndege aina ya MI husafirisha abiria mashuhuri na vile vile wanajeshi kutoka sehemu moja hadi nyingine. Nazo helikopta aina za Cobra ni helikopta za mashambulizi. Inafuata hivi sasa ni helikopta aina ya Hiwi ikisindikizwa kulia na helikopta za mashambulizi aina ya MD-530 kutoka jeshi letu la nchi kavu. Katikati helikopta Hiwi, kushoto kulia MD-530. Mheshimiwa Rais, kutufungia tamasha la ndege siku ya leo ni helikopta aina ya Puma, kushoto kulia helikopta za mashambulizi aina ya Fennec. Inalipeperusha bango linalosema God bless Kenya, Mungu ibariki Kenya. Makofi kwa marubani.
Basi Mheshimiwa Rais, na huo ndio mwisho wa tamasha zetu za kijeshi kwa pamoja. Ningependa kuwashukuru waliofanikisha makala haya, Flagstaff wetu Meja Ismail Olwal, Meja Peter Msumba Etiang, Defense Forces Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Elijah Aspro Koranga, Kenya Army Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Fanuel Mahebo, Kenya Air Force Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Dennis Namunyu Talengo, na bila kumsahau Kenya Navy Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Bwana Omar Haji, wote wakiwa ni OGW, bila kuwasahau wenzangu Major Alex Hinga, Senior Sergeant Ann Kiarie, Koplo Emmanuel Jabiri Banzi. Jina langu ni Sergeant Misango Mbae, nikiwarejesha moja kwa moja hadi kwake Bwana Peter Wanjohi aweze kuendelea na ratiba ya siku.
Asanteni sana wenzangu. Naomba sote tutulie kwa maombi. Tutaongozwa kwa maombi ya kimila na mzee Manyasi Situma kutoka kaunti ya Bungoma.
Ewe papa kakaba wakabali kulunelilo bakabumbuye bumbira mubumbu alama ekeke kamaya ewe sokhirwa tawe papa khobisa bino kusabira yo welukos odi president Uhuru Kenyatta nende balondi bewe bosi papa bolane khulinda sibala sya Kenya mu mulembe kusabira sibala syefwe sya Kenya ku mulembe neliyambana lilyangali khubisa bino bona khuliwo khucha mu burobozi wamwene khuroborere mala fabana lija khureko kumukhono mala khube mune kumulembe musibala syefwe sya Kenya bisa bino khuli nende oyo welukosulu mukeni wefwe president wa Sierra Leone ne bamenya ba Sierra Leone khubasabira bulamu bwebwe mindali ne mindali bisa bino papa bona ewe wamwene wabonenga nekhufwana enyanga yino eliyekhuka mala papa ukhachuka sifu kirundi mala nekhwilukha khwirana bulemu bwami bwefwe tawe chilomani chakhulomano chibe chichombakha sibala syefwe sya Kenya neliyambana lilyangali ewe noli papa mwalala mwabamuambane khuambane khuryo mala papa khubebe njundala lukendo lulala kamakaline kamakekhe khusabana khweikina khururye muno papa khakabwa kabali kurune liloba.
Atatuongoza sasa Sheikh Yusuf Maki, kiongozi wa masuala ya kidini SUPKEM Nairobi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema mwenye kurehemu. Baada ya kukushukuru ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, mfalme wa watu, muabudi wa watu, tunakuomba kwa utukufu na kwa sifa zako zote uibariki taifa letu la Kenya na pia uzidi kutulinda kila wakati. Tunaomba utupe mashikamano, utupe umoja na heshima. Tunaomba ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ujalie amani na usalama idumu katika kila pembe ya jamhuri yetu, na haswa tunapoelekea katika uchaguzi mkuu. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tunaomba umjalie rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta afya njema pamoja na familia yake. Umzidishie busara na pia umzidishie hikma. Tunaombea viongozi wetu wote na uwape uthabiti wa kututumikia nchi yetu. Ewe Mola wetu, tunakushukuru kwa ufanisi wa hafla hii ya leo, na tunakuomba utusamehe mapungufu yetu ya kibinadamu. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad nabiyil ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Amin.
Atakayetufungia ni Askofu Mkuu Samson Mudhuri wa kanisa la AIPCA.
Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, the creator of heaven and earth, we thank you for the blessings of this nation. We thank you, Father, for the peace and tranquility we continue to enjoy in our country and for loving our nation, Kenya. Today we pray for our leaders across the Republic of Kenya, particularly His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, and his family for steering our nation to prosperity. We also remember the other leaders, from the state officials to the officials of the county governments. May you, Lord, bless them all. We pray for your wisdom and will to guide them in all they do. Strengthen each leader with a resolve to do what is best for our country. Lord, as we go into this year's general elections, may peace that comes from thee be upon this nation before and after the elections. Lord, remember the people of this country, particularly the areas that have received very little rainfall. Lord Jehovah, bless us because of your mercy. Today, Lord, we celebrate our 59th anniversary of our independence with thanksgivings. Thank you, Messiah, for sustaining our nation. God, we pray that you continue guiding us even into great heights. We pray, believing and trusting in God, you will protect us, guide us, and bless all. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. May we say amen.
Asante Askofu. Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi. Mheshimiwa Julius Maada Bio, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Sierra Leone. Wananchi wa Jamhuri tuipendewe ya Kenya, mabibi na mabwana. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa niaba ya kamati ya andalizi ya sherehe za kitaifa, naomba ruhusa yako tuweze kuandalia burudani fupi. Nitawaalika wenzangu Willy M. Tuva wa Radio Citizen na dada Masawe Japani wa Radio Jambo watuongoze kwenye ratiba hii. Karibuni.
Asante sana Bwana Wanjui kwa kutupatia fursa hii. Niwakaribisheni Wakenya wenzangu kwa sherehe hii ya 59 ya sikukuu ya Jamhuri, sikukuu maalum ya Madaraka. Niite mzazi Willy M. Tuva, naongoza kipindi cha Mambo Mseto kwenye Radio Citizen na Mseto East Africa katika Citizen TV. Siko peke yangu, niko na mwenzangu anaitwa
Masawe Japani kutoka Radio Jambo. Nafurahi sana kwamba tumeweza kujumuika pamoja siku ya leo kusherekea Madaraka Day, na tunasema maudhui ya mwaka huu ni
pamoja tusonge mbele. Na wanaosonga mbele sasa hivi, Mheshimiwa Rais, ni wanafunzi 500 kutoka katika shule ya msingi. Naweza nikasema kwamba ni takriban shule 11 za msingi za hapa Nairobi. Na unachofaa kufahamu Mheshimiwa Rais ni kwamba wanafunzi hawa wako katika grade ya 4 na ya 5 ya mtaala mpya wa CBC. Tuwakaribisheni basi kwa makofi wakati ambapo wanafunzi hawa wanaingia uwanjani. Karibuni watoto, mtupatie burudani.
Nikiomba Mwenyezi Mungu aibariki Kenya yangu, kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana Roho Mtakatifu, amina. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana Roho Mtakatifu, amina. Ewe Kenya nchi yangu, ewe Kenya baba yangu, ewe Kenya mama yangu, sitakuacha milele.
Kenya nchi yetu yasonga mbele, mwingi na ngwatanio. Tangu tupate uhuru, bado jamhuri yetu yasimama imara na tukitingizika.
Kenya ni nchi yenye usalama. Usalama. Kenya ni nchi ya wazalendo. Wazalendo. Uadilifu na usawa ni nguzo. Nebo boro yenyo. Kenya nchi ya
ni ramani ya nchi yetu. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali.
I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing. So cold, behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I don't lie at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I don't lie at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the
Neno ni Madaraka, shughuli iliyotuleta hapa kwa pamoja. Makofi kwa watoto wetu, makofi.
Kenya inaendelezwa na wazalendo. Kenya inaendelezwa na wazalendo.
Usito kumkora chako kan gimora wero rais. Jatelo tich neni chako kaporitin tinga mariek. Itiyo matek. Tinga mang'won. Ikonyo jo Kenya. Ikela mani. Iriwo jo Kenya. Madaraka wayiego. Jo Kenya wacho niya. Uhuru tosa. Uhuru ini rais. Uhuru ini rais. Kenyatta ini kiongozi. Kenyatta ini kiongozi mchweo.
Kenya inaendelezwa na wazalendo. Kenya inaendelezwa na wazalendo.
Rais Uhuru ker mar Kenya, Uhuru ker mar Kenya. Jaibuor Kenyatta sirikal tiyo kod mbui. Maendeleo wan go jo Kenya, SGR donjo Kisumu dala. KPA to miya neno yidhi kod meli Kisumo. Bypass wan go Kachok, flyover wan go Kondele, moro bende wan go Bandani. Barabara service chadek wan Nairobi Buore.
Kenya inaendelezwa na wazalendo. Kenya inaendelezwa na wazalendo.
Jokanyana mukawona weri eker marwa mae Kenya. Igozo Uhuru Kenyatta, rais wetu mpendwa. Tangu uongozi wako tumeona mazao. Viwanda zinajengwa, chakula kwa taifa, nyumba na makao kwa bei nafuu, stima tunapata. Ndio maana sisi twaomba Mungu akulinde, Nyasaye akulinde, Ngai akulinde, Obongo Nyakalaga akulinde.
Kenya inaendelezwa.
Neno ni peace, ambayo ni amani, kitu ambacho kwa kweli Kenya tunajivunia kwa sana. Makofi tafadhali.
Tuishangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu. Kenya tunayoipenda.
Makofi tafadhali, makofi tafadhali. Shangwe na vigelegele watoto wetu wanapotoka uwanjani. Asanteni sana. Wenzangu Tuva.
Kenya yetu tusonga mbele.
Makofi tafadhali, makofi tafadhali.
Makofi, makofi, makofi kwa wanafunzi wetu basi. Asanteni sana. Na sasa basi Mheshimiwa Rais, wanaokuja uwanjani ni wanamuziki wa nyimbo za kitamaduni wakiwakilisha tamaduni mbalimbali za jamhuri yetu tukufu ya Kenya, wakiwa pia wanashirikiana na wasanii wa muziki wa kizazi kipya, ambapo leo Mheshimiwa Rais utaweza kushuhudia msanii mwenye umri mdogo sana, lakini kipaji chake kikubwa kilimpatia umaarufu mkubwa sana. Namzungumzia Trio Mio, na mbali na Trio Mio utaweza kushuhudia msanii kama vile Iyani, na mbali na msanii Iyani pia kuna msanii ambaye ametamba sana na wimbo wake ambao ni ya lugha ya Kikamba, lakini umedhihirisha kwamba Wakenya wote tunapendana bila kujali ukabila, ambaye ametamba na wimbo Kungulu Kwangala. Sasa wanapojiandaa kusongea, ningependa sote tuelekeze macho yetu katika runinga ambazo zipo karibu nasi kwa ajili ya makala ya Je, Wajua?
Je, wajua? Wajua kuwa tangu tujinyakulia uhuru hadi mwaka wa 2013 Kenya ilikuwa na kilomita 13,000 za barabara za lami pekee. Na wajua kuwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alipochukua hatamu za uongozi mwaka 2013 alitoa ahadi ya kujenga kilomita 10,000 za barabara za lami ili kuinua uchumi wa nchi na maisha ya Wakenya. Bila shaka, ahadi hii ya Rais Kenyatta imeafikiwa, kwani katika kipindi cha miaka 9 tu serikali ya Rais Kenyatta imejenga kilomita 10,400 za barabara za lami. Hii inamaanisha kuwa Kenya sasa ina jumla ya kilomita 23,400 za barabara za lami, ongezeko la 80%. Katika miaka 9 iliyopita, shirika la Kenya limejenga kilomita 3,300 za barabara zinazojulikana kama highways. Kwenye miji, shirika la Kura limejenga kilomita 950 za barabara zijulikanazo kama urban roads. Na kule vijijini, shirika la Kera nalo limejenga kilomita 300 za rural. Cha kutia moyo ni kwamba barabara zingine kilomita 600 zinaendelea kujengwa na mashirika haya matatu kote nchini kutokana na uwekezaji wa serikali ya Rais Kenyatta. Ni dhahiri kuwa katika kila pembe ya taifa hili, Wakenya wanajivunia barabara za lami. Ni walio mijini au vijijini. Na hii ni ahadi ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Sasa wajua.
Haya, sasa wana muziki, karibuni mtupatie burudani.
Kasha yangu la zamani, kasha lisilotumbu. Kasha yangu la zamani, kasha lisilotumbu. Kitasa ndani kwa ndani, na ufunguo ni huu. Alofungua nani, amelivunda magumu. Nandi barero, nandi barero, sipiki chungu ngamni.
ngobore jabu irege kuran joba manu ya pense ye kwanye ye to ya Kenya ngai we tani ko yerora baba aye baba diga to tere aye baba diga to tere yense ye to ni omorembe manjani no bomo boto konye abakenya rindi tene nato tenge abantu twenty tene nato tenge Kenya ya ito eyo mando todo jamo tu baterane wala Kenya Kenya ngia ekwani ya buire kungulu kungulu kwangala kwangala tundulu tundulu waenda vusi chichuni cha ukiwamba kungulu kwangala kwangala mba Muthenya mothe uko na twiva litania Madaraka Day kwa wendo na ngwatanio wa Kenya tisonga mbele nasonga mbele pamoja sisi wa Kenya nasonga mbele amani na upendo umoja ni nguzo yetu Kenya ni yangu Kenya ni yetu
pamoja tutaijenga Kenya yetu
kwa amani na upendo, tuendeleze utu wetu. Haya yote tukizingatia, baraka tele tutapokea.
Vijana, wazee, kina mama, tunaweza tukiungana, furaha, usawa na ustawi Mungu Baba tatujalia. So full of love, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. So full of love, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Ipeperushwe juu sana, bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza.
Ipeperushwe juu sana. Ni mkurugenzi mzalendo, black, red and green. Najivunia sna maneno young, fresh and free. Niko huru, raia bariani clean. Patriot before Mariga bebe Champions League. Kaza mkuti bendera zipepe kumwaka. Nasikia ripoti magari zinapita jumbaka. Moja ni nguvu siuishiki Harambee. Mama kuti mapaja ndo upate mkuu kaka. Kenya halisi, nasikia ifiche inaonekana kwa rahisi. Mboka inapigwa vile inafando vile inaishi. Tutamu kuona vijana wajenga nchi.
Juu sana, bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza.
Na tunaweza Kenya kutana.
Ile siku tulipata madaraka tulisele, proud hata siwezi eleza pele. Na ndo maana tulipiga shangwe na nderemo, wazalendo tukasare vako za beberu. We are freedom fighter, niko free filanga. Cheki around vile wa Kenya tumejipanga. Tunapendana kama ndugu, tunajengana, kushikana ndio mambo tunaduka wangwana.
Juu sana, bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza.
Na tunaweza Kenya kutana. Ipeperushwe.
Rais Kenyatta alituletea uhuru Kenya. Rais Moi akatuletea maziwa ya Nyayo. Rais Kibaki akatuletea masomo ya bure. Rais Uhuru ametuletea maendeleo Kenya. Rais Uhuru akatuletea ugatuzi Kenya. Daima mimi Mkenya, oh Kenya, naipenda Kenya, oh Kenya. Ipeperushwe juu sana, bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza. Daima mimi Mkenya,
Piga shangwe na nderemo,
naipenda Kenya.
Na tunaweza Kenya
Ipeperushwe juu sana, bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza.
juu. PPMC Production.
To
tuwapongeze kwa makofi, tuwapongeze kwa makofi wasanii wetu kwa hizo nyimbo na tamaduni zetu za hapa Kenya. Asante sana, asante sana. Na kwa onyesho hilo, Mheshimiwa Rais, ndipo tunapofika tamati ya burudani la siku ya leo ya Madaraka. Shukrani za dhati Mheshimiwa Rais kwa wasanii wote na pia kwa kamati ya andalizi na Wanakenya wote. Tuwashangilie wasanii wetu. Ukweli na usemwe.
Unachoma, ukweli unadumu, ukweli ndio ngao. Rais Uhuru hutuambia, ukweli unachoma, ukweli unadumu, ukweli ndio ngao. Rais Uhuru hutuambia.
Asante sana. With the gracious permission of Your Excellency, sir, I will most humbly invite you to preside over the state investiture. Welcome, Your Excellency. Karibu will do it from here, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Your Excellency, in recognition of distinguished and outstanding services rendered to the nation in various capacities and responsibilities, I hereby present to you the following persons for various awards. Moran of the Order of the Golden Heart, MGH, Mr. Paul Nderito Ndongo.
Yes, let us climb the stairs. All the awardees, kindly, we climb the stairs. Dongo Paul Derito is the current prior and chairman of the board of the 26,000-member St. John's Ambulance, Kenya. He has been a volunteer with St. John's Ambulance for over 44 years. In the year 2003, he chaired the Dongo Land Commission, whose recommendations have been critical in shaping land laws in Kenya, and his name continues to be synonymous with land laws advancements. He is awarded Moran of the Order of the Golden Heart, MGH, for his outstanding service rendered to the nation.
Mr. Nzioka Waita.
Mr. Nzioka Waita served as the Chief of Staff and Head of President's Delivery Unit, State House. As the head of delivery, he created a strong delivery office that gave the President line of sight to his administration's key development projects and programs. He is awarded the Moran of the Order of the Golden Heart, MGH, for outstanding service rendered to the nation.
Elder of the Order of the Burning Spear, EBS, Brigadier Joseph Maina Murashia.
Brigadier Murashia is the team leader for Project 58, huu uwanja tuko hapa siku ya leo. Under his leadership, Project 58 has been executed within strict timelines that so is one of the projects being completed within 16 months. He has also supervised the construction and commissioning of Ulinzi Sports Complex, Langata, within 16 months. He is awarded Elder of the Order of the Burning Spear, ABS, for his outstanding leadership, command, and management and devotion to duty.
Brigadier Caroline Mwende Mutesia.
Brigadier Mutesia is the project manager for the Joint National Mapping Project. She has successfully overseen the implementation of 10 major projects across various government ministries and departments. Through these projects, the government has saved resources, and for the first time in the history of Kenya, strategic resource databases have been secured by government. She is awarded Elder of the Order of the Burning Spear, ABS. Congratulations, Brigadier. Congratulations, Brigadier, once more, asante.
Moran of the Order of the Burning Spear, MBS, Professor David Sang Kiprop.
Professor Kiprop has been the program manager, Guinea Worm Eradication Program. A brilliant and disciplined scientist, he has been instrumental in the elimination of the epidemic highland malaria in Kenya. He is awarded the Moran of the Order of the Burning Spear, MBS, for outstanding service rendered to the nation.
Dr. Weston Wakasiaka Kisa.
Dr. Wakasiaka is a renowned fistula surgeon and trainer of fistula care for health workers. He has led in fistula policy development and is also an author and writer of Fistula Diaries Kenya. He pioneered and established treatment of fistula, a disease that not only affects the health of our women and daughters, but also the social well-being. He is awarded the Moran of the Order of the Burning Spear, MBS, for outstanding service.
Mr. Polycarp Otieno Onyango.
Onyango is Senior Director, Presidential Delivery Unit in the Coast Region. He unlocked the challenges that were facing Kenya Ports Authority, a job that took him 2 months of posting in the coast. Onyango is awarded the Order of Moran of the Burning Spear, MBS, for outstanding service.
Order of the Grand Warrior of Kenya, OGW, Major Adman Hussein Weshanga.
Major Washenga is the officer in charge of maintenance, repairs, and overhaul at Kenya Shipyards Limited at the Mombasa and Kisumu Shipyard. Hiki ni kituo cha kutengeneza meli. He also coordinates support for Kenya Shipyards Limited, the Kenya Railways locomotives, and all marine assets. He has overseen the construction of MV Uhuru-2 at Kisumu and the refit of Kenya Navy ship Shupavu at Mombasa Shipyard. He is awarded Order of the Grand Warrior of Kenya, ODW. Congratulations, congratulations.
Miss Alice Kwamboka Nyariki.
Nyariki Alice Kwaboka is Senior Deputy Director of Pensions at the National Treasury. She spearheaded the development of policy reforms for public sector retirement benefit schemes. Her efforts have ensured that our senior citizens no longer have to wait and spend intolerant time waiting for their pension. She is awarded the Order of the Golden Warrior of Kenya for service to the nation. Congratulations.
Ms. Jane Duta Mwangi.
Duta Irene Mwangi has served diligently on COVID-19 Education Committee and the CBC Task Force. She has been an advocate and partner in the quest for accessible and quality education. She is awarded OGW, Order of the Grand Warrior of Kenya, for dedicated service to the nation.
Your Excellency, this brings us to the end of state investitures today. I thank you, Your Excellency, sir.
Asante sana. Your Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Dr. Kiwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, and indeed a true and great friend of Kenya, Honorable Speakers, Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice on Martha Koome, all national leaders and leaders from across our entire spectrum, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Asanteni sana. Siku ya leo tumepatiwa heshima kubwa sana kwa kupata mgeni wa nchi ya Sierra Leone, rais wa Sierra Leone ambaye ametutembelea kuwa mgeni wetu wa heshima katika shughuli hii ya kusherekea Madaraka Day. Na mbele ya niseme lolote lingine, ningependa kuchukua nafasi hii kumkaribisha aweze kuwasalimia wa Kenya na kutoa salamu zake na pongezi zake kwa Wakenya wote. Your Excellency, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to have a few words with the Kenyans who are looking forward and are very excited about you coming to visit us. Karibu sana. Welcome.
Shukrani sana, Your Excellency. Shukrani sana. Your Excellency, the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable William Ruto, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, Mrs. Margaret Kenyatta, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Madam Fatima Maada Bio, members of government, and honorable cabinet secretaries present here today, members of the National Assembly and Senate present, members of the diplomatic and consular corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, outstanding Kenyans who have made this visit both remarkable and memorable. Habari zenu Kenya. Habari za majana. I'm truly honored, ladies and gentlemen, and ever grateful to President Kenyatta and to you, the Kenyan people, for the generous invitation to join Kenyans in celebrating Madaraka Day on these hallowed ground, Uhuru Gardens. Asante sana, Kenya. Congratulations. It is a momentous day, as President Kenya and others have said. It is the day on which Kenyans asserted that through the dignity of independence and self-governance, they would work hard together to create a future of which generations unborn will be proud. In the spirit of nation building and Harambee, the new nation reflected the blood, the tears, and the sweat that had gone into that unrelenting national effort from ordinary citizens and their leaders. As Mzee Jomo Kenyatta of blessed memory reminded Kenyans, our children, and I quote, our children will learn about the heroes of the past, but our task is to make ourselves the architects of the future, end of quote. On this 59th Madaraka, I can confidently say that Kenyans have embraced that task and acquitted themselves very well. Congratulations, Kenya. Our path since independence for our nascent African nations of Kenya and Sierra Leone may have been different. In each of our ways, it has been arduous, maybe not what our forefathers imagined, and probably best left untold. But we can both celebrate in Kenya and in Sierra Leone that we have been through the crucibles. We have faced and mastered our fears and doubts. We have triumphed over adversity, and we have worked hard to build just, inclusive, peaceful nations on both sides of the great continent. But more importantly, the fraternal bonds between our two nations keep getting stronger. On Sunday, I joined the Kenya Defense Forces to celebrate the heroism of 4 Kenyans and the sacrifices of thousands of Kenyan soldiers who fought to restore peace and stability in Sierra Leone. If today we are the 4th most peaceful democracy in Africa, it is partly because of the sacrifice of Kenyans. Thank you, Kenya. When Ebola struck, Kenyan nurses and doctors were at hand to see us through that difficult moment. When we faced challenges for computing equipment for our first ever digital population census, President Kenyatta extended a hand of typical Kenyan generosity. And there is so much more to say. Our two nations have stood together in war, in peace, and in solidarity. We have pursued a collective agenda and continued to deepen cooperation at the bilateral and the multilateral levels. President Kenyatta's great work in this country, from electricity, ports, roads, railways, housing, to healthcare, education, food, security, and growing the Kenyan economy through trade and investment, has showed us in Sierra Leone what is possible. We are therefore also here to strengthen our ties with Kenya in areas of international cooperation, peace and security, wildlife and tourism, ICT and education, and trade and investment. In this spirit of interdependence, with a view to the mutual benefit of our two nations, let me close by reminding us of 2 proverbs, one Kikuyu from Kenya and one Mende from Sierra Leone. The first one is from Kenya. One log does not make a bridge. This reminds us that for safety and strength, and for reassurance that we will continue to traverse difficulties together, we must continue to work together and make our bonds even stronger. The second is from Sierra Leone. One tree does not make a forest. Guya Eula. That reminds us that only through interdependence and unity of purpose can we truly grow stronger and be more formidable as nations. On this 59th Madaraka, let me once say, Hongare sana, asante sana, and God bless the people and Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Asante sana. Fellow Kenyans, today I'm delighted to return to these grounds of Uhuru Gardens to commemorate the 59th Madaraka Day, and indeed overjoyed because after 58 years of self-rule, this is the first time we are celebrating Madaraka Day at these hallowed grounds. Madaraka Day is significant in our history because it is on this day in June 1963 that our founding fathers of our nation replaced the outgoing colonial government and formed the first indigenous government of Kenya. And with this act, we achieved self-rule, or Madaraka, with Mzee Jomo Kenyatta as our first Prime Minister. However, self-rule was not the same thing as independence. With Madaraka, we had merely surmounted the first hurdle in our liberation struggle. It was 6 months after the first Madaraka Day that we secured our full independence on the 12th of December 1963. On that day, the nation was summoned to these grounds of Uhuru Gardens, and an elated people listened with tears in their eyes as for the first time, our national anthem was played, and then we cheered in boundless joy as our flag was hoisted and the flag of the British was lowered. This act of raising our national flag was not just an exercise in symbolism or a sheer sentimental exploit. It was a sign that we had achieved sovereignty as a nation, but fundamentally, it was a call to all of us to civic duty and responsibility to our people and nation. Once hoisted, our founding fathers reminded us that the flag was not just a cloth painted in designs of 4 colors. Instead, it was a painting of the national wounds and scars that we bear from our liberation struggle, coated with an illumination of our shared aspiration for our future. It was and still remains a picture of the blood we shed to regain what we had lost. It is a reflection of the dignity of our heritage and the pride that we restored. And because the ultimate act of every liberator is to lay down their weapon, the shield and the spear on our national flag is a symbol of our victory, but it is also a notice of readiness should our heritage of splendor be threatened. According to our founding fathers, therefore, our flag is not just a sentimental piece of fabric decorated in ink. We must always remember that each time it flies, it is blown by the last breath of our liberators as they made their final bow to liberate our country, Kenya. And why did our independence heroes choose these gardens as a place to midwife our young nation? What was the significance of these grounds in the history of our liberation struggle? And what did they want remembered by generations to come? On these very grounds sat the largest concentration camp in colonial Africa, holding up to 10,000 freedom fighters at any one given time. Many of our compatriots were tortured and maimed for life in that camp, and many more unknown heroes died in this field. The horrors of this camp and what inspired our founding fathers was that the tree of freedom must be watered by the blood of our patriots. And that is why on January 4, we planted a Mugumo tree, a symbolic reminder of this eternal truth. Although the colonizers killed the messengers in the camp, they could not kill the message. The liberation fever spread across our nation, and the colonizers had no option but to give in. And why do I call Uhuru Gardens hallowed? It is because our founding fathers wanted us to celebrate this ground as a camp of martyrs and the birthplace of a nation, a place of remembrance, healing, and renewal. Each time we gather at this birthplace of our great nation, we must remember that being free is the easy part, but staying free is the difficult part. And although we are now fully free, we cannot continue to claim freedom casually. Instead, we must begin to practice it and jealously guard it against all threats, both foreign and domestic. The practice of freedom comes with a price. If our heroes paid the price to liberate our nation, we must similarly pay the price of nurturing our freedom. But fundamentally, we must remember that the price today is not the price tomorrow. The price of liberating the nation is not the same price of growing the nation. To keep and nurture our freedom, we have to pay a higher price. And part of this price is to be trustworthy stewards of what our founding fathers passed down to us. So my joy today is that we have been able to restore the sanctity and historical significance of Uhuru Gardens. Following many years of neglect, this historic site had become a den of thieves, and in fact it is on record that part of the 68 acres on which these grounds sit had fallen into the hands of unscrupulous individuals. We have reclaimed it and grabbed the site back and restored its dignity and purity. Yesterday I had the distinct honor of inaugurating these grounds as a monument and a museum of remembrance and a place of unedited history. And we have done this because a progressive nation does not hide its history. It confronts it and endures to correct it so as to change the future. Each time we celebrate our liberation struggle, tradition demands that we ponder a series of questions. Fundamentally, we must ask how have we built on what was handed down to us? What account can we give of ourselves as the successors of the cause of our liberators? And can we honestly say that we have been faithful stewards worthy of their sacrifice? On the 9th of April 2013, I assumed office as the nation's 4th president. Today, 9 years and 2 months later to the day, in discharge of the mandate you bestowed upon me, my administration has built on the gains secured by the previous 3 administrations and strengthened our social fabric, making Kenya safer and healthier, fairer and just, a nation where justice is truly our shield and defender, reinforced our educational and technical excellence, integrated devolution as a way of life, and successfully led the nation through the worst global health crisis in a century, while also expanding economic opportunities for Kenyans. As Kenyans, we often dwell on what and how without asking ourselves why. And so I answer, why have we invested so heavily in infrastructure? Why has my administration extensively equipped and retooled our defense and security agencies and expanded the benefits enjoyed by the staff therein? Why has the government driven digitization in the delivery of public services while also fostering grassroots location and access at the same time? Why has my tenure in office seen so much emphasis on transformative programs, reforms in healthcare, education, agriculture, energy, titling of land, housing and social protection, affirmative action, commerce and industry, and the ease of doing business? We have done all of this because they are interrelated aspects of our national life that are tied together with a singular golden thread, areas of challenge that can become the engines that drive Kenya into a more just and prosperous future. Fellow Kenyans, national security and defense has been a priority area since 2013 because we cannot deliver on our national anthem's promise of plenty within our borders if these borders were porous and insecure. I therefore made security a top priority because I know that without a secure environment, no life can flourish and no enterprise can thrive. With the mandate that was given to me, we silenced the wave of terror attacks that had a stranglehold on our nation. And we achieved this by retooling our security organs and making them more capable to address the dynamic contemporary security challenges that Kenya faces. To all our security officers, because of your commitment to defend our nation and to squarely face new dangers, every citizen is able to participate in the social economic development of our nation. You have kept us free, you have preserved our way of life, and allowed us to enjoy the present as well as protect tomorrow, and we thank you for that service. In realizing equitable development through devolution, it was my distinct honor to be the president who received, fostered, and gave impetus to the devolved system of governance. Today, the results of our proactive and enthusiastic support are markedly visible from Makueni to Mandera, from Busia to Bungoma, from Mombasa to Meru, from Lamu to Laikipia, and from Turkana to Tharaka-Nithi. We, with the mandate that you gave, have institutionalized devolution and forever changed the face of Kenya, buoyed by the 2.4 trillion Kenya shillings that we have transferred from the national government to the counties from 2013 to date. On the regional front, Kenya led the push to admit the Democratic Republic of Congo into the East African community. With this singular move, the East African Common Market grew by 90 million people, yielding a now expanded market of 300 million citizens and a consequent enhanced opportunities for our Kenyan enterprises. To exemplify this, I mention just one, Equity Bank, which is already breaking ground in DRC and is already the second largest bank in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. On the global stage, we remain a leader in the cooperative multilateral order, as evidenced by our membership of the United Nations Security Council that has provided us a voice on international peace and security. This has cemented our international stature and enhanced opportunities for Kenyans in the diaspora and within the international civil service. In return, diaspora remittances have increased tenfold in the last decade, and they now stand at an all-time high of over Kenya shillings 400 billion in 2021, surpassing traditional exports and making Kenyan human capital our greatest export. With the same mandate, you challenge us to enhance the global competitiveness of our human resource. We did this because every epoch of our nation's history has placed a unique set of demands on the skills and competencies required of our people, which in turn has required us to reform and to recalibrate the content and architecture of our education system. At independence, our founding fathers embarked on a mission of course correction to transition from a colonial education system that prepared learners for servitude to one that gave them the tools to lead a newly independent nation. In 1985, we made yet another monumental shift by transitioning from the 7423 system into the 844 system. But with time, fellow Kenyans, the 844 curriculum became inconsistent with the aspirations of our growing nation, particularly because of its overloaded curriculum and its focus on rote learning and the passing of exams as the ultimate goal of the system. As we began re-engineering it, we had to return to the foundational philosophy of education, and that is, citizens never fail. It is systems that fail them. And if the systems are inconsistent with the aspirations of the people, then the systems must be changed. The challenge of the day calls us to imagine a system that creates responsible citizens as opposed to subjects, a system that celebrates creative potential of all our children as opposed to one that leaves them with labels of failure if they do not pass exams, a system that brings about freedom to be creative and innovative as individuals. This is the promise of the competency-based curriculum, and that is why in December of 2022, the pioneer CBC class, now in 6th grade, will transition to junior secondary. And we believe, and given the manifest success achieved in such a short period of time, there is no turning back with respect to competency-based curriculum. With the same mandate, we have also secured a 100% transition from primary to secondary education, ensuring that no Kenyan child is left behind. We have also achieved Africa's first one-to-one child-to-book ratio and restored the integrity of our national. In regard to higher education, we live in a time when knowledge is placing other resources as the main driver of economic growth, and thus education has increasingly become the foundation of a greater individual prosperity. Our universities continue to incubate innovations and to prepare the next generation of leaders who are technically proficient and knowledgeable. Talents continue to be nurtured, and a workforce that is globally competitive is, with each passing year, transitioning from our institutions of higher learning into prominent positions locally and abroad. To ensure that even those that are not admitted to universities get an equal chance, we have transformed our technical and vocational education training. Where they stood only 52 institutions in 2013, today Kenya is home of 238 institutes, representing a 435% growth. With this transformation, every Kenyan child has a chance to make it. So, fellow Kenyans, in our effort to foster inclusivity, as well as gender parity, the one thing that I am truly proud of is how we have built women leadership and expanded their fields of participation in governance. For a long time, women affairs were relegated to the Department of Social Services, where they were grouped with children. In fact, the first woman to be appointed as a permanent secretary happened 24 years after independence. Margaret Githinji was appointed the permanent secretary for Commerce and Industry on Madaraka Day of 1987. And thereafter, the first woman to become a cabinet minister the Honorable Nyiva Mwendwa, occurred 32 years after independence in 1995. Today, and thanks to the 2010 Constitution and my commitment to equality and inclusivity, I have had the pleasure of working with 11 women in my cabinet at different times and in different capacities. All of them have occupied high-profile portfolios, and in fact, all the cabinet secretaries for foreign affairs for the last 9 years of my term have been women, and we have seen how they have placed our country globally. Of equal note is that my administration has also fast-tracked the promotion of women in leadership in our security sector. I appointed Fatuma Ahmed as the first woman Major General of our Defense Forces in 2018. Similarly, the first holder of the constitutional office of Auditor General of our Republic was appointed under my administration, Mrs. Nancy Gadongo, and she was appointed in 2021 and continues to serve the Republic in that capacity. And of course, we have our three arms of government, one of which is now headed by a woman. After 58 years of our independence, in May of 2021, I had the profound honor of being the first President of the Republic to commence an address with a salutation, Madam Chief Justice, when the Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome assumed office as the first woman Chief Justice. We are also proud of the fact that Kenya's judiciary boasts a female Deputy Chief Justice, a female Chief Registrar, and many female principal judges and presiding judges across our superior courts. Going further, in August of this year, if it is the wish of the Kenyan electorate, we have a chance of electing a woman and shattering the glass ceiling by assuming the second highest office in the Republic of Kenya. So, ladies and gentlemen, if our women were part of the liberation struggle, advancing their cause intentionally is a duty that belongs to all of us. We owe it to them, we owe it to ourselves, and we owe it to our country. And I am indeed proud to have been part of this push for women leadership in our republic. Fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, now I will give a further account of how my administration has multiplied the fruits of our liberation. And I will give this account using 4 legacy frames that have guided our execution of the mandate bestowed on us over the last 9 years. These are what I have been calling the big push investments, economic acceleration, restoration of dignity, as well as political stabilization. I begin with the first legacy frame of the big push investments, and I want to start this frame because the question many have begged is why the heavy investments in infrastructure. I have been asked severally why we have built the dams, expanded ports, built new ones, increased our road network, revived dead railways as we have built new ones. And our logic here has been very simple. It has nothing to do with what we have built, but everything to do with why we did it. The naysayers have said that we should not invest so heavily in infrastructure because people do not eat roads, they do not eat bridges. I have refused their pessimism because I know what a new road means to a farmer who has for decades been unable to get their produce quickly to the market. I refuse to delay the dream of world-class ports and fishing support infrastructure because we wanted our fishermen in our oceans and lakes to be able to gain more from their sweat of their brow. I looked at a nation whose potential was being limited by road connectivity and vowed to open up Kenya to ourselves and also to the world. The result has been that once sleepy villages and towns across our country have roared to life and become vibrant centers for economic and social activity. The result was the appreciation in the value and utility of land in many rural and peri-urban areas, instantly elevating many thousands of homes out of poverty. Similarly, fellow Kenyans, we have learned, and that is why we say we must learn from our history, is that when the British built the Kenya-Uganda Railway, some people called it the railway to nowhere, passing through a swamp called Nairobi. But to the colonizers, the railway was not the end game. What the railway was meant to achieve was the end game. Years later, what started off being called the Lunatic Express by cynics converted a swamp called Nairobi into a megacity that is today one of the top 5 cities on the African continent. It opened up an entire hinterland running from Mombasa on the Indian Ocean to Banana on the Atlantic Ocean in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The railway had transformed the East African landscape, opening up new frontiers of trade, commerce, and urbanization. This demonstrates that infrastructure has a way of turning swamps into cities, dead spaces into high-value property, village shopping centers into huge city malls. Without infrastructure, there is no way of finding new possibilities. And that is why we made it one of our big push investments. When my administration took over the helm of leadership, we knew we had only a maximum of 2 terms to accomplish a very ambitious agenda. And the challenge was that the bar set by my predecessor, the late President Mwai Kibaki, was a high one. To face this challenge, we had to first embrace what previous administrations had done and accelerate their achievements. That was part of the big push. Today, I am proud to record that if the 3rd Kenyan administration built 2,000 kilometers of tarmac road, we accelerated this achievement by building over 11,000 kilometers, which is close to 6 times what they built. In fact, truth be said, we have built more roads in 9 years than what all previous administrations combined, including the British, built in 123 years. Wapende wasipende, hiyo ndio ukweli wa mambo. If this nation's 3rd administration had set the bar higher, we have set the bar even higher. And the record is there for all to see. Across all 8 former provinces, in each of the 47 counties, we have transformed our country 1 kilometer at a time. Our world-class infrastructure, from elevated expressways to floating bridges, have put Kenya on the global map. And as a result, we have distinguished ourselves as an investment destination of choice, a regional and continental hub and a leader on the African continent. With the mandate you gave me, fellow Kenyans, we also government services reach you. We did this through the introduction of Huduma centers, platforms such as eCitizen, to make access to public services a fast and pleasant experience and not a toil that every citizen must endure so as to obtain basic services. Jamani, nipatie maji bwana. In 2012, who would have believed that passport applications, birth certificates, marriages and business registration, driver's licenses, and so many others could be done online from anywhere in the world? My administration has also supported similar advancement in the independent arms of government, resulting in a situation where Kenyans now file and serve documents for their court cases online, and the era of the notorious missing court file has been firmly put behind us. It is in the life of this administration that a business can be registered online and a certificate issued on the same day, together with the KRA PIN and other statutory registrations. We did it because we know that it is our duty to facilitate your enjoyment of your social economic rights without unnecessary and cumbersome barriers. In the past, all land matters in Kenya were handled using a manual registry, and this made the Ministry of Lands a total den of corruption. In fact, part of the Wilson Airport runway to my left here had a title deed registered in the name of a private individual. But as part of the reforms in the land registry, the process of stamping out fake title deeds and reversing this fraud has been accelerated. It took previously a minimum of 6 months to do a single land transaction. This has now been reduced to 48 hours using a system called Ardhi Sasa, and similarly, instead of taking 1 to 3 months to do a land search, this system will give you a land search result in 3 to 5 minutes. Thanks to the brigadier. Huyo mama mumeona hapa, msicheze na yeye, amefanya kazi mingi sana. Wale ambao hawapigi kelele ndio wanabadilisha Kenya. With the mandate you gave me, we have set a high bar for how and where government services should be provided. Never again will Kenyans accept that they must contend with long winding queues, pay the infamous and notorious facilitation fee to receive their rights, or to travel long distances to the nearest major town to receive even the most basic of public services. As the administration that assumed office on the signature pledge of being a digital government, the revolution that is the delivery of services online, coupled with the concept of Huduma centers, which we implemented, have changed the way Kenyans do business. In doing so, it has also created opportunities for Kenyans in the private sector and built an enabling environment for an ICT versatile society. It is in the tenure of this administration that we successfully transitioned from analog to digital television and radio, resulting in the country being home to 130 TV stations, up from 14 in 2013. 204 radio stations, up from 130 in 2013. These impressive figures do not lie, and this does not factor the massive expansion of the digital space that has seen many hundreds of thousands of Kenyans successfully monetize various digital communication avenues. Ndio unaona wengine wananitukana kila siku. Ni sawa tu, waendelee. Ni haki yao. Besides jobs, through our expansion of the digital space, the government has enabled small and medium enterprises, regional, community, and church-based broadcasters throughout the country to create niche routes for direct engagement. The dividends of the investments in our undersea cable are also manifest. To fully seize the opportunities offered in this information age, our massive ICT investment has seen internet penetration in Kenya rise from 31.4% in 2013 to 93.9% in 2022, with cellular phone penetration increasing from 74.9% to over 131% in the last reported cycle. Indeed, fellow Kenyans, over the same period of time, money transfers have increased from 1.9 trillion shillings a year to 6.8 trillion shillings every year. Further, online jobs, not just here in Kenya, but globally, have secured close to 1 million jobs for Kenyans, while innovators continue to make waves globally from their very locations here in Kenya. So fellows and Kenyans, as we prepare to hand over the baton to the fifth administration, there are three critical areas that I believe a new administration should focus on, but mine are just suggestions. Firstly, you cannot do the big push investments in dams, roads, and rail in an environment of corruption. I say so because we cannot lie, the devil of corruption is still alive and well here in Kenya. For the next administration to multiply our dividend and continue raising the bar, it must work from the inside out. It must not backslide on the corruption agenda. When corruption festers in government, you cannot fight it from the court of public opinion. You must fight it from the inside out. And that is why leaders elected must have the credentials and the will to continue this cleanup. Secondly, you cannot implement big push investments in an environment of political strife and hypocrisy. Many have doubted whether my government has achieved in the second term. But let me tell you, we have. And the record must reflect that this is true of all sectors. To name but one, during our first term, we built slightly over 3,000 kilometers of tarmac road. But the second term, we have completed close to 8,000 kilometers and over 6,600 kilometers of tarmac road are currently ongoing. And all of this, I strongly believe, has happened because of the political stability that we achieved because of the handshake. Three, big push investments are bold investments, and they call for surgical and sometimes ruthless execution. Such undertakings cannot be fed on the milk of meekness. They need an attitude that shows the contempt card to those who dwell in negativity and naysaying. For instance, many have told you that the expressway that snakes through the heart of Nairobi, our pessimists said that it is impossible. Yet we have done it. And if we had said then that we would do it without a single coin from the taxpayer, except that which was used for the relocation of utilities, including electricity, water, fiber optic cables, many would have said we were dreaming, but we did it. Today, the Nairobi Expressway snakes through the skylines of Nairobi as a wonder. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken us 4 years to build it. But because we were determined to complete it, we have achieved it in a year and a half. Because we believed in Kenya, we believed in our people, and we believed in ourselves as a government. As an affirmation of the confidence we enjoy from foreign investors, we built the first expressway in Africa. The first in Africa using private foreign capital. Indeed, we did this at half the time and at no project cost to the taxpayer. It is also notable that we were able to build it to international standards. With this signature project, we have opened up new possibilities for our own private sector investments, including equity and pension funds, to invest in public infrastructure and make decent returns. So fellow Kenyans, allow me to turn to my second legacy frame of economic acceleration. And for this, I mean multiplying the economic foundations of our nation at a rate that is outside the normal. The first limb will address how we are faring on production, and the second limb will respond to a question by many why we had to borrow in order to accelerate our fundamentals. Since 2013, we have used your mandate to ring fence and grow our traditional exports of tea, coffee, and horticulture. Across the country, coffee rates for 2022 are out, and we have nearly doubled our earnings made by the coffee farmer, from an average of Kenya shillings 60 per kilogram of cherry in 2013 to Kenya shillings 110 to 125 per kilogram today. Tea earnings from exports rose by 20%, from Kenya shillings 114 billion in 2013 to 136 billion in 2021. In 9 years, over Kenya shillings 454 billion have been paid to our smallholder tea farmers. In addition, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to our traditional export crops, we have stayed ahead of the curve by supporting the emerging crops that will bolster our agriculture and horticultural earnings for decades to come. Just to mention one, the avocado, which is on course to become a top export earner. In the last year alone, we earned 15 billion shillings from avocado exports, compared to 1 billion shillings in 2013. My administration has leveraged on improved diplomatic stances between Kenya and leading importers of the crop to negotiate preferential access for Kenyan avocado products. Another plank of this strategy was for employment creation is anchored on the Buy Kenya, Build Kenya policy. With this singular intervention, the supply security organs, including footwear, have transformed our textile and leather industries and unleashed thousands of new jobs for our young people, in addition to the immeasurable pride in having the magical tag of Made in Kenya affixed to these items. To encourage leading motor vehicle brands to set up shop in Kenya and to restore our existing assembly lines, the procurement framework for motor vehicles by government and other security organs We enhanced preference to locally assembled vehicles. With this policy shift alone, a moribund industry of vehicle assembly that was once moribund and dead is once again alive. With the mandate that you gave us, the voice of women, youth, and persons with disabilities that was once muted is now at the center of a growing Kenyan enterprise. Through AGPO, a staggering 169.6 billion has been pushed through these historically marginalized groups. So fellow Kenyans, to address my second limb, why borrow? We must also first look at how other nations have prospered. It took England 200 years to industrialize. The United States of America, 160 years. Japan, 110 years. But China took only 35 years. And the four Asian tigers of Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, and South Korea took 25 years to industrialize. And that is why the accelerated growth was called the Asian miracle. The secret to these miracles, ladies and gentlemen, was acceleration. They contracted their development timelines by implementing aggressive interventions and through policy choices that added their acceleration. In just one generation, they were at par with the Western world. The Afro-pessimists who are constantly out there bombarding us with nonsense will tell you that Kenya cannot replicate this miracle. But I want to assure you, they are wrong and we are right. Our accelerated path to economic growth has begun and must be maintained into the future. In just 9 years, we have moved from being the 12th largest economy on the African continent to the 6th largest economy, and we are still growing. In the same time, we have tripled the wealth of our nation from a GDP of 4.5 trillion in 2013 to close to 13 trillion today. As a mark of this remarkable growth, our tax revenues have doubled from Kenya shillings 800 billion in the financial year 2012-2013 to Kenya shillings 1.6 trillion as at April 2022. With the mandate you gave us, ladies and gentlemen, we are on a course to achieve the record-shattering projection of Kenya shillings 2 trillion in collections by the end of the current financial year. Fellow Kenyans, we have grown our road network almost 6 times, our power generation 40 times, connected more homes to electricity than any other country on the African continent. And we have done this in just 9 years. I do believe that the next administration can multiply these efforts to unprecedented heights. But to keep this acceleration, that 5th administration must borrow 2 lessons. One is that it is not possible to maintain the speed of our achievements in a contaminated environment. And this allows me to go back to the corruption cleanup that I started talking about. When we took over in 2013, we had some state corporations that were rotten from the core. We had to drain this swamp from inside out. But we had to balance this cleanup exercise with accelerated performance. Some have accused me of militarizing our country. I have no such intention. Kenya is a democracy and it shall always remain a democracy. But I did not hesitate and will not hesitate to use our discipline services to correct and to do that which others have failed to do. We turn to our disciplined forces and we summon them to the cause of nation building. And the record must reflect that they have not disappointed us. When we gave them the Kenya Meat Commission to manage, they turned it into a profit-making enterprise within a year. The other institution worth of mention is the Kenya Shipyard Limited. This institution had collapsed due to mismanagement and corruption. Then last year, we handed it over to the disciplined forces. Today, this corporation is poised to have the largest shipyard in sub-Saharan Africa. This, ladies and gentlemen, is evidence that in an environment that is not contaminated, things can be done. If we could build this park and the museum behind us using the disciplined forces in only 22 months, instead of the 10 years it would normally have taken, if we have begun restoring the glory of Nairobi using the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, I do believe it can be done. The second lesson that will keep our accelerated achievements afloat has to do with debt. And on this, I want to pose a national question. How much is too much borrowing? When does borrowing become too much and unbearable to a nation? The only time debt is a burden to a nation is if a nation is led by looters. But in the hands of a visionary administration, debt is a catalyst for rapid development. And I will give but one example. When South Korea achieved her economic miracle in a record 25 years, it also achieved the rank of being the fourth most indebted nation in the world. But the South Koreans did not call it debt. They called it using other people's money to advance their cause. What this means is that nations that have advanced have not necessarily used their own money, especially when they are not endowed with natural resources. They have borrowed from others to catch up and to become world economic leaders. And the national question, therefore, to us today is not whether debt is good or bad. The more legitimate question has to do with what the next administration will do with borrowed funds. Will they end up in the private pockets, or will they be used to accelerate economic advancement? On my part, I believe we have used other people's money to close our infrastructure gap, to connect our markets. For example, when a maize trader in Kitale previously would take 3 days from Kitale to the border with South Sudan, with what we have borrowed and the roads we have built, we have ensured that that man from Kitale can be at the border of South Sudan in just 5 hours, not 3 days. Similarly today, any trader can travel on a tarmac road to 4 out of 5 of our neighboring countries and do so in record time. If we can transport 10 times more passengers with the SGR at half the price and at half the time, and move 3 times more cargo daily from Mombasa to our neighbors, then our borrowing has surely been worthwhile and paid tangible dividends. So to maintain the tempo of increased and accelerated achievement, the next administration should not shy away from using other people's money. Debt in a cleaned-up government is an enabler, not a burden. With the mandate that you have given us, the people summoned us to secure sustainable development and to foster intergenerational equity, and we honor this solemn duty. We honor. Now, sorry, let me Go back. So fellow Kenyans, with the mandate that you've given us, we also move to secure sustainable development and to foster intergenerational equity. We honored this solemn duty by restoring our water towers, protecting our environment through pollution control. We have conserved wetlands and firmly established Kenya as a global leader in the area of sustainable development. Our conservation efforts have fortified our biodiversity, and as a result, we have recorded the lowest levels of poaching in our nation's history. On account of this robust ecosystem, we have registered the highest wildlife population for a majority of those species that were previously endangered. We did this so that every Kenyan can enjoy their right to a clean, healthy environment, and so that our heritage of splendor can be passed down from one generation to another unencumbered. We have planted 1.34 billion trees, moving our forest cover from 6.99% in 2013 to 8.83% in 2022, and our tree cover to 12.3%, well over the 10% envisioned in our Constitution, and 8 years ahead of the target date that was set of 2030. To halt the destruction of water towers, an elusive dream that has eluded every other administration, we contain the encroachment and legal extraction activities in the water tower resources of the Masai Mara Forest Complex. We have also banned the use of polythene bags and saved marine and terrestrial life. We have moved also with the beautification of our urban areas, especially here in Nairobi. And this initiative has led to the emergence of our nation as a leader in climate change action and established a thriving green economy. We have also moved in the water sector by building dams, including Thiba Dam, Yamo Dam in Samburu, and are on course to complete while starting others such as Thwake Dam, Mwache Dam at the coast, Karimeno Dam here in Kiambu, Sioi Murunye Road Dam in West Pokot, Bute Dam in Wajir, and Soinkoru Dam in Nyanza. In total, we are currently implementing some 685 water and sanitation projects. And if we conclude these, which we hope will be concluded by the end of this year, at least 80% of Kenyan households will have access to water and 40% to sanitation. Today, we have 13 million Kenyans connected to clean water. Our irrigation has doubled from 374,000 acres to 664 acres currently. From independence, we had only produced 5 million title deeds. Today, we have added an additional 6 million title deeds, bringing our national aggregate to 11 million. We have also heralded the enactment of the Land Index laws, which should put a stop to the blight that is occasioned by bloated valuation figures in the process of compulsory land acquisition, thereby making it easier for us to complete public projects. We have also moved towards the restoration of dignity and political stabilization. And as we look forward to the August 9th general elections, we must ask ourselves, what is the purpose of an election? Let me pose this question more pointedly by using two examples. When we choose the legacy framework of restoration of dignity, we want to reduce the burden of indignity to our people, and this is why we have targeted health. Universal health coverage, which is something that we are very keen and have been keen on, has seen a growth of more than 17.1 million Kenyans insured under NHIF compared to 4.4 million. These are the things that Kenyans want to see continue. We have constructed an additional 1,912 healthcare facilities in conjunction with county governments across all levels of healthcare. Today, we have a new level 6 hospital, the Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, that supports all these other ones. In the same period, we have increased our ICU capacity from 108 to 651 ICU-ready beds. Similarly, our hospital bed capacity has gone up from 56,000 to 82,000. In Nairobi alone, we have built 29 new hospitals in our informal settlements, which has changed the way healthcare is administered in our informal settlements. And we have opened a new level 5 hospital in Korogosho, one of those informal settlements. And although we have increased affordable access to healthcare, we have not yet done all we can, and there is still more to be done. We need, hii sasa imekuwa ndefu. So ladies and gentlemen, let me try and conclude. While we have had the longest and most consequential period of transformation in our nation's history, it does not mean that the work of nation building is complete or that we are free from want as a country. Recurring waves of drought continue to subject some of our brothers and sisters across our country to hunger. It is hard to tell whether the long rains that we expected in April will commence properly or not, or whether we shall have another year, a fourth year of consecutive drought. And even as we contend with these effects, we are also facing challenges rising from other areas that no other generation has faced in over a century. A health pandemic that has caused untold suffering, robbing us thousands of our fellow compatriots, and in its wake, rendering millions jobless. Global tensions today are threatening global food supply and fuel supply chains, causing untold disruptions in transport and logistics, causing skyrocketing prices of basic commodities, food items, leading to higher costs of living and turbulence in international finances, issues that will continue to require attention and vigilance. We are also still faced with security challenges in parts of our country, including Kerio Valley, parts of Marsabit, parts of Laikipia, where bandits cannot even spare our children, robbing us our future. And unemployment is still a major challenge, dampening the spirits of our youth and also disheartening their parents. Equally important to highlight is the threat also to our traditional values and the family as the basic unit of our society. The evolving face of the Kenyan family is characterized in the 2019 national census, where families headed by single parents rose from 25.1% in 2009 to 38.2%. If unchecked, this trend shall destroy the fundamental character of Kenya and reap untold harm onto our most vulnerable and precious members, our children. So I urge all of us, including our religious leaders, our community leaders, and all concerned government agencies, to step up to the plate and make sure that the Kenyan family remains the strong and respected institution that it has historically been. So fellow Kenyans, my message to the nation today is that whereas we are claiming progress, we do not claim perfection. Yes, we have made commendable progress on the socio-economic front, but we cannot claim to have reached the pinnacle of our nation's potential. There is much more to be done to move our nation to the next level of development. The fourth administration that I have had the privilege to lead together with my colleagues has laid the foundation upon which the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh, and all future administrations can build. However, To achieve the shared aspirations of our people, successive administrations are called upon to foster national unity, and this is the single greatest enabler for sustainable development and shared prosperity for all. Our first collective national duty, therefore, in this forthcoming elections, general elections, on the 9th of August 2022, is to choose peace and stability over fear, hope over hate, and progress over retrogression. On this solemn occasion, we also reflect on the plight of our brothers and sisters who have run into headwinds with the law and are currently serving custodial sentences in our correctional facilities. Indeed, in response to various petitions from actors with the justice and legal sector, and in line with our commitment to restorative justice and reintegration of offenders, on the recommendation of the Power of Mercy Advisory Committee, I have on this day exercised the presidential prerogative of pardon and granted a second chance to some 3,908 inmates. To those that have been pardoned, mine to you is that you should now be change makers in our society and restore faith and confidence in our criminal justice system. Reciprocate the generosity that has been shown by your motherland through this act of mercy with a high sense of civic duty and service. Fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, kwa hayo mengi, with the eternal flame that we lit yesterday on the eve of Madaraka Day, and the first Madaraka Day held on these grounds, let us all commit ourselves to fanning the flames of freedom, democracy, prosperity, unity, integrity, and most importantly, peace, and our combined, collective, unceasing commitment to Project Kenya. May God bless you, and may God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Kwa heshima naomba sote tusimame kwa wimbo wa taifa. Asanteni sana. Ningeomba tuweze kutulia popote tulipo, wananchi wazalendo. Nikiitisha hivi sasa magari ya Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya pamoja na magari ya Mheshimiwa Rais Jamhuri ya Sierra Leone. Kisha baadaye je wajua iweze kuendelea, na hapo hapo nikiitisha magari ya mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi pamoja na service commanders. Tutulie tafadhali.
Wajua kuwa tangu tujinyakulia uhuru hadi mwaka wa 2013 Je, wajua?
Bendi,
wajua kuwa tangu tujinyakulia uhuru hadi mwaka wa 2013
asante Bendi,
Kenya ilikuwa na kilomita 13,000 za barabara za lami pekee. Na wajua kuwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta